Welcome everybody to the August 20th, 2024 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers. The commission utilizes speaker request forms if you'd like to speak on items. Please complete the speaker request form located at the bookshelf at the back of the chambers and return to Geraldine Sistick located at the lower left side of the dais. This meeting will call the meeting to order. I'd ask Commissioner Drews to do the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next on our agenda is review and approval of the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, that brings us up to the consent agenda, and I'll recognize Commission Coordinator Joan Martin.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joan Martin, Commission Coordinator. The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act upon non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the Board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items. Item A, minutes from the special meeting of July 31, 2024. Item B, minutes from the regular meeting of August 6, 2024. Item C, approval of the vouchers in the amount of $6,498,698.89 as submitted by the Auditor's Office. Item D, to approve the second half 2024 budget operating transfer from General Fund to Emergency Management Fund in the amount of $89,212 as submitted by the Auditor's Office. Item E, authorize the purchase of one 2024 JLG T500J 50-foot boom lift from state contract number 41156 in the amount of $53,388 as submitted by Buildings and Grounds. Item F, authorize Buildings and Grounds to advertise the jail kitchen grout replacement project bid as submitted by Buildings and Grounds. Item G, authorize Buildings and Grounds to advertise the new Underwood Highway Shop roof repair project for bid as submitted by Buildings and Grounds. Item H, approval of the joint powers agreement between the Department of Public Safety, Division of State Rapid Communication, Pennington County, and the City of Rapid City as submitted by Emergency Services. Item I, to recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of July 2024 as submitted by HR and Fire Administration. And finally, item J, to declare the following two vehicles surplus property for the purpose of trade-in in conjunction with a new vehicle purchase. That's one 2011 Chevy Tahoe VIN number 1GNSK2E08BR318414, asset number 18414, and one 2015 Chevy Tahoe VIN number 1GNSK3KC9FR609952, asset number 09952, as submitted by the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Joan. At this time, is there any members of the public who wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Seeing none, this time, is there any commissioners who wish to remove any items from the consent agenda for discussion? Seeing none, I would look for a motion on the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair. So moved. Second.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Roskinick. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Now that brings us up to regular agenda items. And I'll recognize Dustin Willett from Emergency Management.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. Dustin Willett, Pennington County Emergency Manager. My agenda item before you today is a review and then the implementation resolution for the 2024 Local Disaster Response Plan. This comes before you every year. There are no substantive changes to the plan over the last couple of years. The only thing we do is we go through and update some of the contacts and phone numbers and people and positions that have changed. So, but it is a requirement that we bring this before you. It is not a public document, but as in years past, we make it available to you to review should you want to take the time to read through that document. But other than that, before you is a request to affix the chair's signature on the resolution that adopts the 2024 Local Disaster Response Plan.
Thank you, Dustin. Is there any questions for Dustin? Seeing none, I'd go to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Hoskin.
move to authorize the chair's signature on the approval and implementation resolution for the 2024 Pennington County Local Disaster Response Plan.
Motion's been made by Roskinek, seconded by Drews. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Dustin. That brings us up to item number 7, items from Highway Department. I'll recognize Joe Miller, Superintendent.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Superintendent. Up in front of you, item A is authorization to advertise and let a bridge preservation project on Old Hill City Road. This bridge is actually the first one west of Keystone. We were awarded big dollars for this this year in 2024. With that, we generally let these projects in August or September for construction in 2025. This one is a preservation project. The big dollars will cover 2 of the 7 girders on the Double T Bridge. In our experience, generally you replace those 2 girders, you're back 2 or 3 years later replacing the rest of them. So the last several years we've elected to replace all of those. And with some changes in the big program, those aren't eligible, so we'll purchase those off of our annual bid for concrete products, and basically do that that way. Let me get to my notes here. The big dollar amount was $222,400. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Is there any questions for Joe? Seeing none, I'd go to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Move to authorize the Highway Department to advertise and let bids for bridge preservation for Bridge 52-314-432.
Second.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Laster. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, Joe.
Item B is a speed limit resolution request in front of you. Recently, our office completed a project as outlined in the memo there that we're basically linking our road segments with official speed limit resolutions, and our office found that we discovered 3 of our 505 road segments that did not have an official resolution. So to address this, we conducted a traffic count on those roads to make sure we're setting the speed limit at our 85th percentile, or as it's congruent with the speed limit that's already on the road, so we're not going from 50 to 35 to 50. Kind of in some of those road segments, I believe, are in the middle of a road segments or road length. So with that, we'd ask for approval on the resolutions.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Joe, on the Norris Peak Road, I noticed that you got a flashing amber light in one area. Is that a county light?
So you're talking at the top of the road, the top of the hill?
Yes.
Yes, that's to warn drivers of the steep grade.
Okay. Was that just recently installed, or has that been there for some period?
That's been there for some period of time. So I believe there was the large safety project, so I'm assuming you've rode or drove that road prior to 2017 when it was very steep and windy, right? So in 2017, they used federal dollars to straighten that curve and reduce the hill. It's still quite a hill, but it's not, you don't come down to the 90-degree turn at the end of it like you used to. So I believe that light was installed as part of that project.
Okay, so where's this speed limit proposed in relation to where that is?
So this is the Norris Peak Lane. So if you remember how Norris Peak went down the hill and then took that nice, that hairpin turn at the bottom there next to the houses. So that is now Norris Peak Lane, and Norris Peak Road goes up and over the top, so.
I see that now. Sorry. Thank you.
You all good?
Is there any further questions for Joe?
Mr. Chair, so Joe, on the North Peak Lane, I was thinking that was North Peak Road, average daily count of 27, so this would be an arterial off of North Peak Road.
Correct.
Okay.
Any further questions? If not, I'd go to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair, move to approve Resolution 2024-08-20-1 to set the speed limit on Neck Yoke Road from South Rockerville Road east to Pine Grove Road for 1.97 miles to 35 miles per hour. On North Peak Lane from North Peak Road northwest for 0.7 miles to 40 miles per hour, and on Pink Cabin Road from South Highway 16 South to Old Hill City Road for 1.14 miles to 45 miles per hour.
Second.
Moved by Roskinek, seconded by Lassiter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Next up brings us up to items from Human Services, and I'll recognize Director Barry Tice.
Good morning, Barry Tice, the Director of Pennington County Human Services in the Veterans Service Office. What you have before you is a potential contract with Stephanie Autumn. We've worked with Stephanie over the past few years, got to know her through the Bureau of Justice Innovations and Reentry Program. We have some money remaining within the Human Services budget that came from the MacArthur Foundation, and we thought now would be a good time to utilize those remaining funds and bring Stephanie in. You can see her extensive background in restorative practices. Some of my staff had the opportunity to be trained by her. I sat in on a training with her, and she does a really good job. We feel like this might be helpful to the work we do in Pennington County and in our community.
Is there any questions for Barry? Seeing none, I'd go to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'd move to approve the contract for training Indigenous modeled restorative practices and affix the chair's signature on the restorative practices contract. Tongue twister.
Second.
Motion made by Drews, seconded by Roskinek. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you.
Looks like we got, I think we're right on schedule, according to my computer. 9:15 public hearing, and I'll recognize Natural Resource Director Scott Guffey.
Morning, Commissioners. Scott Guffey, Pennington County Natural Resource Director. This is where we take our public comment for our secured rural schools Title III dollars. It's a requirement by the federal government that you advertise for 45 days, which we've done. For any written comments, we have not received any written comments, so now you open up for any public comments that the public may have on the spending of our, this year it's $26,172.39, and that's from timber sale receipts that are sold on national forest land within the county.
Is there any questions for Scott? I do have some comments, Scott. First of all, I want to thank you for all the work that you do on the Title III, but maybe you can give a little input on this SRS funding, because there's Title I, II, and III. And Title III is for counties that rely on SRS payments. They provide numerous critical services include, and you have this in there, infrastructure, conservation projects, search and rescue missions, and fire prevention programs. Additionally, the funds also support broadband access to schools. So I mean, there's three different funds, but Title III is designated strictly towards wildland fires and so forth.
Yeah, so Title III, the counties go direct to the counties. And in the past, Pennington County, we've kind of divided it between search and rescue, fire, and then natural resources. We do some fuel break work with it. So it's monies that get down on the ground and really help the county. Title I go to roads and schools. And then Title II goes to the Forest Service, which it's a citizen committee that will grant out dollars for projects on the Forest Service. So we've utilized those dollars in the past for fuels treatments and noxious weed control. And I know they've done numerous other improvements, infrastructure improvements on the Forest Service. So it really does go to good use and it benefits the counties within the area.
And, you know, one of the reasons why I bring this up is because NACO's Public Lands Committee has been working hard educating the Senate and Congress on the importance of SRS funding along with PILT funding. And right now, it's tied to SB 2581, which is the Farm Ag Bill, which is coming up because it would expire. And I wanted to bring that up because back in 2016, the federal forest payments for counties decreased by 80% when it came back up in 2016 with the SRS funding. And so it's really critical, and WIR has been working hard in the Public Lands Committee to get that funding for wildland fire and for our communities. And so I just wanted to stress how important it is. And it was a real struggle this year with that and the PILT funding, and we still ain't there.
Yeah, it's been a struggle always to, get secured funding for this. And then, like I said, it's tied to timber sale receipts, and we all know the plight of the timber industry in the Black Hills and the annual sale quantity going on and been dropping, so that in turn affects that too. So it's not a real secured fund, and hopefully we can continue to have access to this.
And I just wanted to recognize the work that you do on the AFAB board for the Forest Service, and that has a lot to do with the forest management plan that everybody's concerned about, and I think you're doing an excellent job on there, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner LaCroix.
At this time, is there any members of the public who would like to input a written or verbal comment? Seeing none, I go to the board for a motion. I'll make the motion. Move to take public input, written or verbal, at 9:15 August 20th, 2024 on Pennington County's use of the Title III funds for the following proposed projects for 2025. Wildland firefighter equipment and training, increasing in protection of people and property from wildland fire, emergency response equipment or vehicles, search and rescue response and training, and other emergency services as allowed by the Secure Rural Schools and Self-Determination Act of 2000 and 2008. The total estimate cost of these projects is $26,172.39.
Second.
Moved by LaCroix, seconded by Roskinek. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next, that brings us up to items from Auditor Cindy Moeller. And then after that, we have a presentation from, hold on. I do have several speaker request forms. Do the speakers wish to wait till after the presentation? Would you like to go first? You wait? Okay. Because this will be after the presentation from Jerome, correct? Okay. So next on our agenda is 2025 county budget and all items related to the preparation from Cindy Moeller. And then after that, we do have scheduled a presentation from Jerome, and we'll have those discussions. And then also, I think we need to add under, for discussion under budgets, also the B and G employees, if there's any further direction on that. I'll recognize Cindy Moeller.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. Yeah, today's a follow-up on what we've been discussing for budget. I did have a few things that I did change and have made changes to the provisionals that will require motion before final approval of the budget in September. And we can wait until September to do that when we actually do the budget hearings, or you can do them today. I just wanted you to have an idea of where the budget stands once we do make those necessary changes. And then, in addition to that, was the memo from Buildings and Grounds. And I don't know if the board was to take any action on that, or again, put that off until we actually do budget hearings in September.
Okay, I think we need to take up the general fund for GIS budget. And this is discussed that they didn't want to take payments and they need full payment up front. What is the board's thoughts on?
Can you recap that? What is it again? The GIS
It's-
one?
For the GIS budget, I think there's increased, and go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, when Holly had first looked at the increase that they were taking this year, she reached out to GIS to see if they would maybe take a little less this year. And I don't know if they call it a director or whoever runs that department happened to be out, and staff thought that it would be okay. Then once that person returned, they said, no, they will not accept less. So when Holly submitted the budget, she had submitted it with that lesser amount. And so we do need to take that back up to the original amount. And I think I included that in your,
What was that actual original amount supposed to be?
I believe that was in your packet and.
Like 36 or something.
For some reason, I don't have that. Just give me 1 second and we can. I think it's going up to 270 something.
273,879?
That sounds right. I thought I had that in
Is that the
what I
80s?
have.
Is it the 87,500 for emergency management? Is that the,
No,
No,
that has
okay.
nothing to do with
never mind.
the GIS.
I'm looking
with
at the wrong number then.
GIS contract,
GIS is 273.
273.
yeah.
Management, not
Yeah.
GIS.
I apologize, I thought I had that in my stuff, and I must have left that up on my desk.
So I would suggest we wait till September 3rd to take action on that till we have the actual numbers.
We know that it will have to
Yeah.
increase, yeah.
Yeah. So that would bring us up to next is general fund operating, transfer out of budget.
And I believe you have a memo that was included from Dustin Willett on that, and it has to do with the siren project. They're going to actually split that into 2 years, and so the city had reduced what they were going to contribute for that, and so the county would be able to also reduce the operating transfer by $87,500.
So that's to reduce it by 87,500, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does any of the commissioners have any concerns over that? It sounds like they're going to spread that out over years. and
Yeah, it
so-
sounded like they were going to spread it out over 2 years, that project.
Okay. So I'd probably look for a motion to reduce the operating transfer amount for county by 87,500 for the 2025 total, for a total of 273,879.
That'd be my motion.
Moved by Lassiter,
Second.
seconded by Roskinek. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Then the other one on there was the operating transfer from the general fund to 24/7. That one didn't carry through on my spreadsheet, so you guys did not see that in the budget that was presented. So if we want to increase that operating transfer, or put that operating transfer in the budget, which it's the same that it was last year, we would also need a motion on that.
So that would be,
To increase the operating transfer from general fund to 24/7 fund in the amount of $79,626.
70,600. Is there any questions for Cindy on that? I'd come to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'd move that the operating transfer out from the general fund to the 24/7 fund be in the amount of $79,626.
Motion's been made.
Chair.
I'm waiting for a second. I'll second. Discussion.
Oh,
Miss
sorry. I thought you meant to wait for a second. Like, wait for a minute, a second. I'm like, that was weird.
I was waiting for a second.
Second motion, I got it. Thank you. I thought 24/7 covered their own expenses.
Last year, there was an operating transfer done for that same amount, for $75,900, and this year they requested $79,626. And I can't speak to their operations and why
Well, in the
they're
past,
needing that.
yeah, and I'm not getting, I guess, the operating transfers because I was always told that 24/7 basically paid for itself through the fees and the things they charge. And at this time, we're now supplementing 75 last year and then almost 80,000 this year.
That is the request, yes.
And they can't take that anywhere out of the sheriff's budget from what he already has in his budget?
Since it's ran through the 24/7 fund, either way, it would have to be an operating transfer to the 24/7 fund.
But not from the general fund, it would be operating transfer from,
All of the sheriff's budget is within the general fund. So essentially, it's coming from the general fund no matter where you put it.
but that's what I'm saying. Most of the time, it might have had general fund, but I don't think we used general fund. I think it covered itself, is what I'm saying.
Up until '23, yes, I believe it did cover all of its expenditures with the revenue that they collect.
So we've been paying 75,000 for 24/7, and we paid 80,000 on a fund that was supposed to be taking care of itself, so 160-some thousand in 2 years.
We did the 75.9 last year, and they're requesting 79,626 this year.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, Deb, you finished? Mr. Laster.
Well, that kind of brings up a question from my thought, hearing that. How are they funded? Is it a specific fund that is from a tax levy, from
From all of the fees that they collect.
specifically?
Is what goes into that revenue.
Gotcha. So whenever they make a fund request for that 79,000 or 75,000, do they have to explain to us what it's for? Or maybe we should ask them to explain what it's for, because if they're not being fully funded by the fees that they're supposed to be doing, maybe we need to look at an account of that money a little bit closer. So before I'd be willing to do that, I want to see why they're making the request.
I agree.
Okay. I got one person next in line. and
I
then
knew
we'll-
that. That's why I was looking at you. I was like, I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Drews. So my suggestion would probably continue this to the September 3rd meeting so the sheriff can answer those questions.
And request that documentation of why they're requesting, last year and this year, because if some of those fees aren't working and maybe they're set fees that we can't change, they have to go to the legislature, then we need to be talking to the state legislature to help bump those fees up if that's what the requirement is.
So I'd look for a motion, a substitute motion.
My substitute motion would be to continue this item until the next meeting, which is
September 3rd,
August.
or is it August? It's already.
What's our next meeting?
September 3rd.
September 3rd. So that we can have more information from the sheriff from 24/7 on their expenditures.
Okay, so I have a motion. Is there a second? And a second from Hancock. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, I'd bring up,
Mr. Chair. Would you like to discuss the buildings and grounds FTE in any direction you'd like to take on that?
Yes, please.
I think the impact that he stated in his budget memo, and this would be for hiring July 1st, would be $90,621. And that has not been put in the budget. Those FTEs have not been approved.
Okay. From our last, for a little history on this, when first discussion we had on this, there was discussion on adding some of the employees looking at it. And then at the second discussion, there was no motions. And Buildings and Grounds came back and reduced from 5 to 3 for a request. And so, if I remember right, the total impact is of the two new Buildings and Ground FTEs for 2025 would be 90,260, or 621.
Yes, that's what he has in his memo.
His initial request for budget narrative was for, like I said, 3 custodians and 2 maintenance technicians. 3 custodians and 1 maintenance technician were planned for the 900 concourse and construction and complete late summer of 2025. That's what I have. Is there any further questions from the board to Davis?
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock?
Mr. Davis. Maybe you don't know this question, maybe Cindy does. So if you need those FTEs in July, can he use some of his accumulative building that has built up almost 7 million at this point to pay for FTEs for that year until the following year budget?
No, that would need to come out of the general fund.
Okay, and you can't transfer it out of accumulative building for that? You only can use it for buildings?
Correct. Once that's in the accumulated building fund, we don't transfer back to general.
Okay, I didn't know if we used that for anything else but buildings last year, because it seems like every year we've been using it up, except for this year, I think 100,000 of it.
Yeah, we can't use that for his operating budget.
Okay. I appreciate that. And my question was, that was my question, Mr. Purcell, was the Superintendent Purcell, that maybe we could use that for, because you're going to need FTEs, because you're going to increase buildings. But I also visited with you, if I'm correct, and when exactly did you need those FTEs?
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Davis Purcell, Buildings and Grounds Director. So on this memo, I'm requesting the 3 custodians for July 1st. So obviously there would be an impact to 2026 budget because this is only for half of the year, because we will not occupy concourse until most likely around fall, September timeframe of next year. So.
And if you have FTEs that you haven't filled, do you usually have that issue during the year a lot? Meaning, usually how many are you down at a time?
Usually 2 or 3.
Okay.
This year was kind of different. When I first came on in October, November timeframe, we actually filled our staff. Lately, we've been having trouble hiring our maintenance technicians and our custodians.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's why I asked that. It's just that it seems like most of the departments are 2 or 3 down, and they're using those FTEs for increase in wages and stuff. And I didn't know at that point if you'd have the 90,000 from the other, but that's also plus benefits, so.
Yes, it is. And this memo reflects the wage study rate that they would be hired at if that was approved. So.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell.
Yep.
So my question is, Davis, is, I agree with Commissioner Hadcock on, when we don't get ones replaced right away, we have extra money in the funding, or in your budget to follow up on this. But in the long term, you're going to need these positions approved for that property one way or another. So whether it's this year or next year, it's going to be approved. So, I mean, even if you don't have unfilled positions and funding left over, that'll be turned back over.
Correct.
So then I think the importance of needing those positions. And so you don't have to come back again, is probably, and you've done a good job working through your budget and communicating to the board of what's happening, and you did reduce it down to 2, so,
Yeah, it's actually reduced to 3.
or 3, sorry.
Yep. And I can add a little bit on this too. If we do not get these FTEs approved, we will have to reduce our custodial services at 900 Concourse. That would be, we'd have to have a discussion with the departments that are moving out there to sort of clean and maintain some of their own areas if this is not approved. So
Okay.
just want to make that clear.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock?
So it's not pertaining to Mr. or Superintendent Purcell, but it brings up the issue. On the line items, if it's for FTEs, can you use, Ms. Siddi, can you use that for, instead of hiring new FTEs, can you use it for salaries increases?
The increase in FTEs would increase the salaries.
What if they're not new? They're just increasing the line item if, like Mr. Purcell, Superintendent Purcell did not use 3 FTEs, but he wanted to raise people's budgets, meaning, or their salaries. What line item would he use?
It would have to be out of the salary line item.
Okay.
Salaries
So-
are strictly paid out of the salary line item.
Why I'm asking that is how we absorbed $12 million in 21, 22, and 23. Why I'm saying that, 11,647,000, 21, 22, and 23. I didn't get where you could use, I didn't know if you could use the unused FTEs to increase salaries in their budgets. And that's where, I guess, they got the $2 and $3 and $5 million. And another question with that was, you went from 50 million, Miss Cindy, to the 64 million on the increase. So on the increase, I got 2.3 out of the 64 million. Where did remember when you sent me the memo on wages?
Okay,
It went from 50 million to 64 million, but you did not include the 1.3 million extra in there under wages. You only included the 2.3 in the 64 million.
you have me completely lost as what you're looking at.
Okay.
If I can approach.
And I apologize because I don't have that paper, but you sent it to us. It was, and I had it, and then somebody else wanted the copy. So what it was is in 21, 22, and 23, the wage increases totaled 11,647,000 and change, right? So in 24, you don't have a number yet because we're not done. In 2025, with the increases of 24, because you just took what they had on their paper at this point, so there's no increase or decrease at this point because we don't have a total. But then in 2025, you have them at 64 million something, and all you increased was about 2.3, close to 2.3, and the wage increase was 3.6. So I didn't understand why you didn't increase the 3.6 instead of just 2.3 on the wages.
What I included was what was submitted by the departments, which was according to adopting the new proposed wage scale.
Okay,
So whatever they budgeted for their FTEs is included in the FTEs in the 2025 budget.
so where'd the other 1.3 did we put that? Because it didn't total 3.6, it only totaled the 2.3.
I can't answer that because I don't know who did what with their budgets.
Okay, it was a
know-
total you sent us on wages,
Right,
actually.
what I give you is an accumulation of all of the departments.
Okay, which only added up to about 2.3, and I was wondering why the wage study, did we spend money on something else on the wage study? It wasn't wages on the 1.3 because the 3.6 wasn't added in on the total. It was only 2.3.
Can we visit about this in my office so that we can
And I
both be looking at
apologize,
the
'cause-
same thing?
Yeah, because I thought I had the numbers here today, and I did a forum piece that people wanted to know some of our stuff on our budget, and that's what I presented. I didn't present that part because I didn't know the answer, but I'll get that to you, because you have a copy of it. I can come up to your office. You sent it to us. Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us back to the 3 employees. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion for approval of the 3 new buildings ground FTEs for 2025 at $90,621.
621.
Yep.
Second.
So there's been a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
I just want clarification. Are we adding more FTEs or reducing down 2?
The request,
I can answer
Go
that.
ahead.
My initial request was for 5 FTEs, and then I withdrew that request, and then came back with 3. So I'm asking for 3 additional FTEs.
Okay, the only reason why I was asking is I get that, I guess I missed that we withdrew the actual 5. I thought you were just trying to reduce the 5 to 2. So when you're saying add 3, I was kind of like, wait a minute.
I misstated 2. He corrected me.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure how we're doing it, but since you removed 5 and this is adding 3 new, that clarifies how I'm going to vote. I appreciate it.
Any further questions or discussion?
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock?
as much as I want to vote for the 3 FTEs, I think our budget's over budgeted already. With excessive wage increases and a wage study, I believe, I cannot do that at this time, add 3 FTEs, because we're already 6 million down on this budget this year.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster?
that's why I was asking clarification, because if it was reducing 2, I could be in support of it, but since it did reduce 2, but then now it's a new request for 3, that's why I'm still going to be a no on this particular vote. Again, I think we need to work on the budget and bring it down lower, since we are technically, if I got my numbers correct, 3.5 million above the growth, so that means we're outside of what we should be spending, so that's my input on it.
Okay. Any further thoughts or questions? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
No.
Motion carries with 3 ayes and 2 noes.
Thank you.
Is there anything else for discussion? Anything else anybody wants brought back at the September 3rd meeting?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews?
I have some comments relative to the fire administration budget, and they might be more in line doing before Jerome's presentation than after.
Okay. And I got several speaker request forms, so we'll move on to, I'll let Mr. Drews speak or any of the commissioners speak, and then we'll move on to the fire administration. Is there anything else, Cindy?
If after they are completed, then I would like to make a few comments as well.
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
And so we'll do that. Mr. Drews?
Thank you. So several of you have made contact with me and maybe with other commissioners during the course of the last few days relative to the fire administration budget. My concerns really have nothing to do with the overall budget of the fire administration. It has to do with the presentation of the budget. In my opinion, it doesn't fall necessarily in line with the other 18 departments we have within the county as to how it's presented. And so I have some concerns that I would like to bring forth, and for clarification, if for nothing else. One concern I have is what appears to be 2 reserve accounts with fire administration. One is a general reserve, and as I understand it, this was designed to be available for emergencies, such as fires which may require air support or other costly means to suppress fires. This reserve has increased at a rate of $100,000 to $200,000 per year the past several years, and currently sits at $500,000, but under the provisional budget would increase to $600,000. That's $100,000 less than requested. 2 weeks ago, I believe I asked Auditor Moeller if that reserve has been used as designed, and I believe I heard her say no requests have been made in recent years to use that fund. Instead, it appears a request to cover unusual or emergency expense has been made to the annual budget reserve, therefore depleting budget funds, and consequently, we have received supplemental requests to the fire admin budget in order to get through the year, and it appears we're on that same trend for 2024. Which To prove the point, Jerome's detailed memo, which he's presented to the commission, on August 14th, on page 2, under 2025 Solutions, states in item B that you would request to complete a fire fund reserve transfer in the amount of $69,000 to cover the remaining shortage. Total shortage for '24 is estimated at $184,139. You then say this would take our reserve fund balance to $431,000. Your numbers indicate you believe your emergency general fund reserve can be used or as part of your annual budget. I don't think that is all correct. I believe your general fund reserve is similar to the reserve we try to maintain for the county at about a 20% level. A reserve to be used for emergencies if needed, or would make up for loss of income to the county if necessary. But to use those funds would require action by the commission. That is why I said several weeks ago, and again 2 weeks ago, there is no need for fire administration to set aside $500,000 or $600,000 in general fund reserve. If you have that kind of emergency, you would simply come back to the commission for authority to use some of the 20% reserve that we have, or whatever that percentage is, of the county reserve. Previous years, when you have requested an increase to your general fund reserve, I was looking at the wrong figure, such as this year, I initially saw the $200,000 request, thinking that would be the cumulative amount in that fund, not realizing you were asking to bump that reserve to $700,000. Since you have the ability to come back to the commission for extreme emergencies, I don't really understand why you would ever have more than a couple $100,000 in that reserve. And then you need to understand to use that reserve for its intended purpose instead of drawing essentially emergency funds from your annual budget, which is probably the main reason your budget needs to be supplemented each year. I don't understand some of the practices of the fire administration, but Jerome, these practices obviously began before you or I was part of Pennington County. I'm not necessarily proposing they be changed, but I'll use work comp as an example. For your volunteer firefighters, if you are covering approximately 465 individuals, that county cost would be approximately $22,000 annually. Based on experience modifier and credits, it could be more or less than that. There are a number of paid firefighters for some of the entities that you also pay. Granted, you receive those dollars back, so it's a out and in transition, but it is a large amount, well over $500,000. That, along with covering wildland firefighters and others that travel out of state to fight fires, make the figure look confusing. But again, I trust these other entities are reimbursing the county fully for these costs. Mr. Chair, without going into further detail, I'd appreciate it if Auditor Mueller would either discount all I've presented or clarify for this commission again if the general fund reserve within the fire administration has not been misunderstood and not utilized as designed, which I believe has created some of the confusion for the fire administration budgeting.
Ms. Mueller?
Mr. Chair, that reserve has not been requested to cover any emergency funds. The general fund reserve.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews?
Yeah, that's what that fund is really designed to do.
That was my understanding when the board agreed to establish the fund, was that it was supposed to be for emergencies.
Mr. Chair, when he's done.
You got any follow-up, Gary?
No.
Mr. Laster?
All right, then I have a clarifying question. And unless I misunderstood, there have been fires, and at the end of the year, there's a request to transfer money from the general fund to cover the cost of those fires. Is that correct, Cindy?
There was no request to transfer money from the emergency reserve to the fire fund to cover those funds.
Did the fire department have that within their budget, or the fire administration office have it to cover
I
those?
believe in '23, there was a budget supplement. I don't remember the amount of that.
Okay, but those are smaller fires. If there was a big fire, this would, so that they wouldn't have to come to us. That's how I understand it? Is that how you understand
That
it?
is how I understood the fund to be used, yes.
Chair.
Okay.
I'm good at this moment.
Ms. Hadcock?
So I didn't see it as emergencies. I saw it as when we needed radios. I guess that could be an emergency. If you looked what we first put down, it didn't just say for fires. It said for radios, for towers, for other stuff, for reserves, to make sure we had that money in there. So it was never meant just for emergencies. That's why I said, when they use PILT money, it's for stuff that's going to be used for fire service in general, that they couldn't afford. So when we had that list, and I don't have it today, because when we did our presentation, 2 years ago, on the budget, we had all the list. And it didn't say just for emergencies. So we also agreed to hire Val, right, at a certain amount and supplement that budget. And I don't know if we just thought that that money was going to change of the amount that was going to be levied, but that wasn't going to change. So I think that was a given, that we knew some of it was coming out of general fund, just so they have a full-time person, which she does an amazing job for the fire service board. So, and I don't see, when we have budget changes of 11,647,000, that I don't remember anybody coming in on any of those and saying, you know, you're using some of our reserves. I mean, I don't remember seeing it on paper. I don't remember seeing that we were 5 million absorbed into a budget last year. Do we have any operating transfers or any papers to show that? Because I didn't see any. So why this board? I mean, we just said it on the 24/7. I'm not against that. I like 24/7. I think it's a huge service for our community. But they don't have the fees and stuff to take care of theirs, but we're supplementing it. And we're supplementing this year, 160 some altogether, 167 last couple of years. So why is this board any different? And I'll tell you, it wasn't just for emergencies, because we all had that list. If you remember, for radio towers, and I don't remember all the list, maybe Val has the list or somebody has the list, but I think it's weird that we're taking one department and we have other departments doing the same stuff. But this is different. Why is this different to me? I guess I understand, Cindy, the process needs to change, and when they transfer and how they transfer and what they use that for. I think they need a detail if they used it. I know they bought radios. I know they helped with the tower. How those transfers made, I agree with Commissioner Drews. Those need to be done so we have a full understanding of where that money, that it's not just for emergencies, because I don't remember it just being for emergencies myself. So, to be fair, if we're going to do it to one department and we're going to say operating transfers, and if you're going to use, and that was my point with FTEs, if you're going to use FTEs to cover your salary increases that were supposed to be used for new FTEs, not for just salaries on that line item, I think you should change that. Because I was misunderstood that absorbing into your budget meant you had that plus the people that you needed for 3 FTEs. So maybe I'm misunderstanding how we run the budget, but if you can absorb 5 million and now all of a sudden we are coming after a fire board on their operating transfers because they have to have a different process and procedure, I get it. But they have been using it not just for emergency, they've been using it for other stuff. And Jerome or Val, is Val in the group, maybe someone has the list for what we put down, but it wasn't emergencies. It wasn't just for emergency fires.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I think one of the differences that I was going to speak to after they were done is that the fire fund does have the ability to levy a tax for the purposes to serve those outside of the municipality with the actual fire department, like the city of Rapid City. And over the years, we have discussed, and back in 2020, it was discussed to the point that we even came up with a timeline to pass an opt-out so that they could levy enough to actually fund that fund. Over the years, the fund obviously has increased. Everybody knows that the cost of everything has gone up. I don't I'd have to dig through my stuff to tell you exactly what the increase in that budget has gone from 200 and some to 500,000. But the taxes are not keeping up with the increases in that fund. So my suggestion is that we look at an opt-out for that fund for, of course, we couldn't do it for 25, or 24, pay 25, but it could be done in 25, pay 26.
I have a
Smart
follow-
chair.
Do I have a follow-up on her, because she was
Okay.
answering my question, please?
Follow-up.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so when we got what we were spending the money on back in the day, it was hydraulic static test trailer, county fire vehicle, cable overhaul, cascade trailer, compressor, cylinders hydrostatic, batteries, paging repeaters, Zetron, Sage Creek Tower, they're doing painting, let's see, paging, convectional voice, meaning the pagers were a total almost of 400 and some thousand. So these lists weren't emergencies. They're emergencies because they make a difference for the fire service and the area around it. And you can increase fire levies, but unless we're gonna, and I don't know, we made the motion to increase the fair board up to 500,000. Can the board increase the levy with that, or do they have to go to the citizens? And how much can they increase that levy if that's what we're talking about, Miss Cindy?
If I may, Mr. Chair. The fair levy is in the county consolidated levy, and that is maxed to the same point that the fire fund levy is. So when you increase the fair budget and it increases the fair levy, it reduces the amount of tax dollars that are available for the accumulated building and for the general fund.
Okay.
Because together that county consolidated levy can only increase by growth and CPI. The same as Mr. Harvey's budget.
So when other people have fees that are paid for or supposedly paying for a certain project or plan, and they supersede that, should we tell them that also we need to do something different? Because at this point, we're funding something that supposedly had its fees or its funding cover and not general fund. If we're talking not just, it's happened not just to the sheriff's department, it's happened to other people's budgets. So what I'm saying is, once in a while, this is gonna increase, but we also increase the FTE to not half to a full. So we knew at that point, it wasn't gonna be full for this year. Now, if we wanna look at doing a levy or increasing the levy on fire fund or I agree with you. But I also, sometimes I have an issue with people saying you're increasing excessive wage increases and making $5 million into budgets, and then you're coming in and saying, guys, you got, how much? You're over about 80,000. And that fund shouldn't be used for what you said it was gonna be, because it's not just emergency. And then you come in and then you say, okay, now you go find another levy, because at this time, we can't afford to put that extra money in there because it wasn't done right. Now, if it wasn't done right, correct it. And then see what those issues need to be for the future. But I'll just tell you, this fund affects 400 and some firefighters. And they get a certain amount and they can do a fire district, but there's only so much as well that can cover that. And how much do you pay? And I tell people, how much do you pay for fire service, emergency management service, all the services you pay through the city and the county already, compared to what these guys are asking for? And then, I don't know what it is this year, if it was the 184 or 100, and depends on the auditor or the fire service board, but I think it's picking a little bit, and the process might need to change, but first of all, the facts are given in full disclosure.
Okay. My comment is, I think what we're clarifying is emergency use fund and be able to use that reserve kind of takes it away. And so the reason why I brought up the SRS fund is, and also the PILT, is those fundings are not guaranteed. In fact, the SRS is stuck to the ag bill and farm bill that hasn't actually been passed yet. So that could affect us by $23,000. You know, I think clarification, I think any concerned citizen that says fund is emergencies only, do we need to split that out? This has never been about the support, non-support or nitpicking the fire service board. This commission has worked very hard to get the new 5 stations going. They've worked hard with you through the years, and they're dedicated to that. And we've had these difficulties in the past of talks on budgets, and we've always come out doing better, being better, improving the process, and that's probably what's going to happen here today. It's nothing against the service board at all. It's just maybe we need to look at the opt-out. Maybe we need to decide, okay, this fund's for this one's for this. Maybe you have to come to the commission for certain things. There's nothing wrong with that, you know?
Fair.
So I do have Mr. Laster next.
You're good.
Mr. Laster?
I just want to ask a question so that I'm not confused or that I'm not missing something in here. Commissioner Drews, if you don't mind me asking, are we just trying to clarify where the funds are going? Are we asking to reduce more than that $100,000? Are we trying to say that they're over budgeted and we need to look at the process? Are we trying to say that we need to do a different policy for those funds? I guess I'm kind of confused of what's
I agree.
being asked.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews?
So I'm not asking for reduction in funds except for, I don't understand this emergency reserve fund, which nothing has been drawn from that. It just keeps building. So a few years ago, we were requested to put 100,000 in, we did. Then apparently we were asked to put 200,000 in, and we did. All that time, I thought we was at a maximum of 200,000 on it. That's why I didn't even raise questions on it before. But this year, when I saw that 200,000 and then asked the question, is that all that's in there, and found out that that would take that to 700,000, then I started asking questions as to whether or not how that fund was being used, and found out it wasn't being used. That nothing had been taken from it during that period of time. So I'm looking for clarification as to how the budget should be put together for fire administration and how they utilize funds. I don't agree with what Commissioner Hadcock said, that they could be used for radios, et cetera, that type of thing. That isn't how I understood that fund to be set up in the beginning, but that's all up for discussion as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, and follow up if you don't mind. This is for Cindy. As far as I understand, that's not an emergency reserve. Item 459 says reserve accumulations. Is it designated as a emergency reserve, or is it just a reserve accumulation?
It's designated as an assigned reserve for fire.
As an assigned reserve for the fire administrator's use, or?
Yes,
Okay.
except I'm with Commissioner Drews that I thought that was for emergencies, so that we didn't have that gotcha moment, as Mr. Harvey refers to it.
I just wanted to
Large
make,
fires.
I just wanted to make clarification that the fund itself has never been designed, it states that it's an emergency reserve, it's just an accumulation reserve. Fair?
It's an assigned reserve within the general fund,
Okay,
and it is up to the board's discretion on how they would like to use that fund.
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, and just one final comment, I concur, maybe there's some discussion of how we utilize those funds, or where we say, hey, if you're gonna do this, do that, but that's a different conversation than today. Appreciate it.
So, Ms. Hadcock, before I go to you, I'm going to give Mr. Rosknecht an opportunity to speak, so everybody has.
Well, actually, today I'm listening because I think we got a mess and we got to get it worked out. And I think that's what we're trying to do today, and figure out, do we want to go forward with some changes, or are we going to keep the process the way it's been? It seems to me that we've had problems in my years as commissioner with this particular department. So I'm here to listen, and sooner or later I'll have to vote on something. So I'm just listening to both sides.
So Deb, before you, I
ahead.
just want to make one comment that there's been no indication or motion or thoughts of reducing the budget for the fire. It's just been a question on what the funds is, which those things I think we can work out, but nobody's, besides at the last meeting, reducing down that reserve 100,000, there's been no other discussion. Ms. Hadcock.
Thank you. So here's the question, problems in a mess. Okay, I don't remember being on there and been problems in a mess with this budget. Val works very hard on this, and this budget group works very hard on telling you what's going to be on this process. It says right here, long-term planning to include strategic reserve emergency funds, capital assets. Submitted county fire budgeted narrative. This type of planning events, the gotcha syndrome, as it is related to critical infrastructure that we know has a life cycle related to reliability and usability. Examples of this would be cascade systems, mass fit tester, radio and communication equipment. This list. Now, when anybody got this was just emergency, this is an emergency to the fire service board. All these areas are. Cascade equipment, it's emergency if they don't have it. If they don't have fit testers, if they don't have what they have, it's emergency. Now, what you guys are calling an emergency is if they have a fire, that's their emergency, but that's not what they put on paper. And to say they have problems in a mess, okay, I'll just tell you, anybody go to talk to Val on this board ahead of time to make sure? Because she helps Jerome with the budget, and so does all these firefighters. And if you would have said all this. And I'll agree with you, Commissioner Drews. I don't think that we needed to put 200,000. I think 100,000. But I think we need to keep it up to a certain extent. And I think for PILT, we get $1 million something. And if we don't get it, at least they have the reserves, because if it doesn't come around again, right, Commissioner Drews? Or LaCroix, then we want to have that, because these are emergency things for these people and they need them. And you can't, there's only so much you're going to be able to ask your districts, and some of them don't have enough levy in their districts to buy anything. So they're getting the hand-me-downs from other districts, or hopefully Jerome can get other people to donate on some of these areas. So I know this because I've been on the fire service board for 9 years. Before I was replaced, which I was okay with, because, it's good for everybody to learn. So I'm not on the same page as everybody, because I've been on these budget hearings, and I've been on this with Val and Jerome and Damien and the rest of the board that were having to do these budgets. They worked very hard to get where they are today. They weren't trying to play a game. The only thing I could see is maybe they weren't transferring or doing that right, but if you were seeing nothing out and we were taking more general fund, that should have been told to them if that was the problem. I guess, Cindy, the only thing I'm hearing is that they didn't transfer out of that to pay for some of these areas they did, but I could have swore when I was on there, we were taking them for radios and different things, but I don't know where else we'd get the money from except for reserves, because they didn't have it in their budgets. So I think we have a misunderstanding about there's problems and a mess. I think what the problem is that there's got to be better communication with Val and probably Cindy at this point. Jerome is in the conversation, but Val's usually doing some of the budget stuff for us and then telling Jerome some of it to be straight up, and that's kind of what they hired her for as well, is to make sure all those numbers and everything for each board, or if the fire service board, which is how many departments? 20 departments that she actually assists as well. So, and I'm not mad because you're not taking any, I get that. But also to say there's problems with this and then bring them forward without all the information, it makes it look like they're doing something wrong and they're not.
I don't think there was no intent that way, but it was just a question. Ms. Cindy, before we go to Jerome, I think we had plenty of discussion. I'll let you speak one more time, then we'll go to Jerome's presentation, and then to the speaker request forms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I remember right, the radios and the tower project were covered by some of the funds that we'd received on the reimbursement for the COVID money. So that didn't come out of the fire reserve, the general fund fire reserve, and it did not come out of the fire fund either. I just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jerome. And Jerome, before you get started, I want to thank you for this report. This was very good explanation of what you're referring to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jerome Harvey, Fire Administrator, Pennington County, South Dakota. And I appreciate the opportunity to help clarify some things here. Commissioner Drews, I do agree with you on that. And if you had to follow the various different budgeting formats that I've seen since I've been here, there is confusion. You got unassigned, assigned, you got general fund, you got this, you got that, and keeping track of all that. We do invite the auditor. We start working on our budget in January. We do invite the auditor to come and work with us on this. On the budget itself, a lot of things been talked about here. We talk about a lot of stuff. The only time that I've ever received, other than a brief memo, instructions for preparing the county budget, a guidebook for elected officials and appointed department heads for budget year 2022. Mr. Chairman, this is the only time that I have received written documentation about how the Pennington County does its budget, other than a few brief memos specific to that year. Other reserve accumulations. The county establishes reserve funds for those projects that are deemed to be a significant cost in order to accumulate funds over several years. These reserve accumulations enable a more levelized budget request each year instead of one large annual expense in any given year. Example, the Sheriff's Office inmate transport bus replaced approximately every 5 years a cost of $500,000. The Commission's budgets $100,000 a year for 5 years in order to have enough funds accumulated for significant purchases. In the packet that we give you and in our budget narrative, we're actually budgeted out through 2036. We know we have things that are used by all of the departments that we support. And yes, sir, we do support municipalities. Everybody in the county receives benefits from these funds that you choose to put into this. Any statements to the contrary to that, they're wrong. Our departments have 5 chiefs in here that serve municipalities right now. And what I can't stop the fire. I can't say, fire you must respect a geopolitical boundary. That doesn't exist. You see those problems elsewhere, and we don't put up with that here. We attack the fire. The fire remains the problem. That's the common enemy of all man. So anybody that's telling you that general fund money shouldn't be used for this because we don't provide services to citizens in the municipalities, that's wrong. That's dead wrong. Specifically concerning our plan, we put together a 10-year plan knowing the objects that are going to be phasing out, including our communications network that's used by fire departments, by your ambulance services, by your search and rescue services are also carried in this budget. We planned that out 10 years knowing that those things were going to be coming due. It's not just the tower that was referred to in the northern part of the county for the Creighton hole. We know we have other equipment that is coming due that needs to be replaced. These are things that are common items, the backbone, the county fire office, through the blessing of the commission, is the backbone for this. I was actually asked to restrict this to 5 years, when we know for the fact that we're out over 10 years on some of our stuff, because it's not fair to you and the people coming behind you and to our taxpayers that come and say, surprise, I need $1 million next year. Looking at the list that I gave you in the recent packet that we sent you, we're looking at $1 million over 10 years. I don't want to come in 10 years from now, have them replace something to say, well, if I had not followed the instructions that were given to me, we would be causing some kind of surprise. Now, whether we need to separate that fund to an emergency fund and a general reserve fund, whatever we need to do there, I agree with you on that, Commissioner Drews, because the last thing we want is have any type of issues. And I've said this to Commissioner, to the auditor, and I stand by this. We're not here to create some kind of an audit finding. I've asked the auditor in the previously to please look at the insurance that we did inherit, as far as the workers' compensation insurance that's sold forward. They be put into more of a revolving type fund that we can manage that separately as a separate cost. Now, we have a nice prepared PowerPoint, all those things that we could show you, but it seems like we're talking strictly about these reserve funds and about what that reserve list is.
I'm going by the information I've received from the auditor's office. We have asked, and we have that in writing, we have asked for that money to come out of there to be used for projects. Yes, not to use the age-old excuse of the pandemic, but yes, the pandemic and supply chain issues did affect some of our requests. There's no doubt about that. We had to change a few things. We've had to modify a few things. Plan the plan, work the plan, and that's what we're doing here. But it would be irresponsible for the Fire Service Board, for me, to not inform me what we're looking at over the next 10 years and give us a chance to bank some stuff up so it isn't such a surprise. My intention on reserve, Commissioner Drews, and Commissioner Lassiter asked me about this specifically. I don't see our reserve fund being more than $500,000. I messed up by not including one line item in a spreadsheet. And to the auditor and to the commission, to YouTube and everybody, I apologize for that. Not filling out that one request for an operating transfer on that spreadsheet. I'm sorry about that. And I'm sorry we asked for the $200,000, that I did not catch that when we were doing that. That's my fault. That's my responsibility, and I'm sorry about that. To create all this confusion. Clarify the reserve fund, clarify the fact that we have access to some emergency funds so we can stop the fire. We just used some of that money the other day to stop a fire that was burning into the city of Wall, from county responsibility into the city of Wall. Stop that fire, and we have some bills associated with that. The fire service in general is of a conservative nature. We don't like to spend money, but we realize we need to have money ready to go for stuff that is coming down the road. Whether it's an emergency fund and or stuff that we need to have replaced that is socialized amongst the 20 fire departments that we do support.
Thanks, Jerome.
Any questions for Drew?
If I may,
Not
Mr.
Drew,
Chairman.
sorry.
Chief Pravana, could you come up here just a second? And we have Eric Chase, our vice chairman from the Fire Service Board. If Captain Chase could come up too, please. I want to put to bed this idea that we don't provide services back to people in the municipality. 5 of our chiefs sitting out here service municipalities. Our largest municipality, of course, is the city of Rapid City. And Chief Pravana can address to you that very issue. It came up again on the 6th. I personally am tired of hearing about it because there's no way for us to stop our services at some geopolitical boundary. Chief.
Mission, Brian Bavander, Rapid City Fire Department, and the Division Chief of Fire Operations. As Jerome said, fires don't stop. We utilize Jerome's office quite extensively throughout the year. He does everything from coordinate getting our foam, where we buy it in bulk. We get it together as a county and purchase foam, and Jerome coordinates that for us. We're involved in that. We utilize the county cascade regularly on our structure fires. We don't have a cascade system in the city, so we rely on Jerome and the county to provide that service for us. Just throughout the years, there's the 2 offices work hand in hand, not only on structure fires, but wildland fires. As you can guess, like we said, fires don't stop, so they start in the county. Sometimes they come towards the city, and sometimes they start in the city and go towards the county. So these 2 offices work hand in hand, and we utilize their services extensively.
Jerome, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
This is the first I've heard about boundaries and stopping. I've never heard that brought up before, so please enlighten me where this rumor is coming from.
Cindy, I'm not here to pick a fight with you, okay? I really am not. I believe in you. You're a fantastic auditor. You do one hell of a job. And I told you I would not do anything to try to create an audit finding. But Cindy brought up on the 6th, and these have been some reoccurring themes out in the hallway here, reoccurring themes that we've heard out of her office. One is free money. Every dime of tax is on the back of our taxpayers. We have a $80 to $100 million fire service in this county. We see the problems and issues that go on throughout the rest of the state when the county is not involved. And yes, you guys are supportive of that, and yes, you guys are involved with that. Our ask above our county levy is between $154,000 to $180-some thousand is the difference on that, depending on whose math we're using. Right? That's all we're asking out of the general fund to make this complete on this. Free money back to the fire departments. there's not a dime going back to these fire departments that's not being used appropriately to provide services back to the people. Fire is critical infrastructure. We're not a big revenue generator. We understand that. We're a service-related industry that provides critical infrastructure, and they understand that. The chiefs out here, like Chief Humphrey out here, he understands the money that you guys put towards that fire station that's being built out there is not free money. We talked about the operating transfer as far as general fund money. Chief Provanda has addressed that. I know that Captain Chase will address that we are not providing services to the city, therefore we don't, to people inside of municipalities, therefore we don't have access to general fund money. I think we've addressed that. There's no way we can stop that. The other issue that was brought up to us on the 6th is that our fire departments, which are already stressed between providing services, fundraising, training, and everything else that gets dumped on them, should be paying for the county fire office to exist. How many more bake sales, pancake feeds do they need to do to provide services to locally to their people? I don't like to talk about socialism, but it's right. Some of the services that the county fire office provides, whether it's planning and zoning, whether it's responding on an incident and assisting, whether it's doing our 3 principal things of administration, operations, or advocacy, those things are all to support these fire departments. The fire departments don't have anything else, nowhere else to go to get these types of services. And suggesting that they pay more money out for the services that the county has been providing more than 50 years, I don't agree with that.
Okay. With that, does anybody have any follow-up before we move on? Seeing none? Thank you, guys. I'm going to go to speaker request forms.
Mr. Chairman, Captain Chase is on the speaker request form. We didn't have him speak. He'd like to go first, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely. Mr. Chase, please recognize yourself for the record. Eric?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is my first time I've gotten to see all of you together, so this will be a new experience for me. My name is Eric Chase. I'm a captain at Whispering Pines Volunteer Fire Department. I've been on that service for about 8 years now, so still relatively new in the fire service. Also get the honor of being the vice chair of the Pennington County Fire Service Board. This is my second term of the board, with originally being a board member. And we request your help in securing these funds for the county fire office. County fire departments operate on really tight budgets. We face ongoing challenges such as rising costs of equipment and safety gear. Unfortunately, we have legislatively capped fire tax that we can apply in our tax districts. And some fire districts are victim of shrinking as far as city annexations. We also have compliance with extensive current and upcoming laws that we need to be aware of and that we need to budget for. I highlight this just because as the county fire office, they are our single point of contact for our administrative needs. And as we group together, we've heard it's a cost savings for us as a department. This office is instrumental in providing equipment. We talked a little bit about the county cascade system, which is operated and staffed by our station, and how we respond upon request as needed to municipalities. The County Fire Service Board really truly appreciates the support that we get from you. Without that, our job would be a little bit harder. With enabling the County Fire Service Office, with the support of the Commission, we support our mission of basically boiling it down to, life safety and property conservation. That's our end game for any fire that's out there. The Fire Service Board Budget Committee, or the Fire Service Board and the Budget Committee, we consider budget adjustments and spending to support current and our future goals, and we do minimize waste as much as possible. But it's imperative that the funding be available to present and going forward give the county the best chance at supporting our departments and our mission to the public. And thank you for your time, and I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Eric. I do have about 12 speaker request forms. So hopefully everybody learned what we're really, there is no motion on the floor or indication of losing budget that I'm aware of. So I just wanted to pass that on, but we do have 12 speaker request forms. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next, I have Brent Beckman.
Weatherman.
Good morning.
Weatherman.
Appreciate your time. Brant Beckman, I'm the Chief Meteorologist of New Center One here. I've been here for about 6 years. And the assumed role that I take is of a meteorologist in communication to the public. But really my job is recognizing patterns. That is what I do. I'm almost a sociologist in that way. I recognize what communication does, how it moves through communities, and how it affects communities. I'm constantly picking up tabloids and newspapers and articles from the West Coast, which is currently burning. Oregon, Idaho, California, or 1.5 million acres, something like that, going on over the last month or so. And I brag to my other meteorologist friends who are out in Georgia and New Orleans and Washington, D.C. about how well we do out here with our fires. They're like, oh my gosh, you guys must be having a terrible fire season. I said, the conditions are terrible, but we're doing well. We're actually doing quite well. And it's has a lot to do with the cooperation of the different departments that we have going on here. It's sensational what they do out here with the resources that they have and your guys' support and the community's support. It really is unique because when you have a large oversight and the ability to see the way that natural disasters move through the country, which I am every day having to look at it on seven different TV screens being talked about in 7 different ways from 7 different channels, that fire is one of those things that Mother Nature actually says, if you have enough people, if you have enough support, if you have the right resources, you can mitigate it. Can't mitigate a tornado, can't mitigate what happened to Devil's Tower yesterday. They actually shut that down this morning because of the storms that went through. Fire is one of those unique things that we actually have the ability to mitigate up front. And I actually disagree with Jerome Harvey with something he just said. He said there's no revenue stream from fire. You don't get to come up here with a budget and say, look how much money we saved from the fire that didn't happen. It's a huge point of emphasis, is that what doesn't happen is more important in the fire world than what did happen. It's preventing those things, taking something that is only 10 acres, making sure it doesn't get to 300,000 acres is of one of the most important things we do here. They attack, and they bring everything they need as quickly as they can. And that's because they have the resources pooled behind. And I'm not here to tell you that fire is hot or fire is important. We know that. You guys know that. You guys have done more to provide for these departments than I've seen in other places. And that continued support, especially as we go into severe drought conditions and things get a little dry around here, that continued support will provide you revenue. you may not see it, but it's happening in a very large way, in a very important way. And I thank you all for what you do for the departments and your continued support for those departments. I see it. I see it in the sociology and the meteorology and the logistics and everything that goes on. I'm knee-deep in it, as they would say, when these things happen. So I express my gratitude to you all for keeping this up.
Thank you, Brent, and I've got plenty of speaker request forms to go through, so I appreciate it.
Yes.
I just want to know people that have agenda items that normally start at 10:30, we're running behind, and we have several speaker request forms, so I wanted to let you know that. And I just wanted to reiterate again that there's been no discussion of reducing budget or
Yes,
not
correct.
unfunding the fire department, so I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Correct.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Ruska.
I get the impression that a lot of you think that we want to reduce the current request or not support the current request, and I don't think that's the issue at all. To me, from what I've heard so far, the testimony that I've heard, it's simply maybe the process could be changed a little bit. There isn't one commissioner up here that doesn't appreciate your efforts and serving the community, and you'll always have my support. I'm just trying to figure out if that process could be streamlined a little bit. That's where I'm having some problems here today. So, but I think we're working it out as a group of commissioners.
Thank you. Next speaker request form is Julie Webster.
I'm Julie Webster. I am seamstress for all of the first responders in several states now, and I work very closely with fire because I am certified to work on their gear. And the support of this department, the support that Pennington County Fire puts out to all of the departments is incredibly valuable to everybody. So all I'm asking for is whatever's wrong in the budget, just get it fixed. Because I'm a taxpayer too. I pay the salaries, I pay for the departments, I go to every fire department function that I possibly can. And they need all the support they can get. That's all I'm asking for.
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you.
Next, we have Fire Chief Jim Kinnerman.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for my time to speak. I'm the Fire Chief at Wall. I've been here 40 years on the department. So I've been through 3 different fire administrators my service time. But out of Wall, there's Wall, Wasta, Scenic, and Quinn are the only departments in Pennington County that are not a tax district. We rely on donations, fundraisers, things like that. But I appreciate the help, the commissioners, Jerome and Valdu. I mean, when we have a fire, you go 45 miles north of Wall, better pack a lunch. But no, we appreciate all the help we get from everybody. But thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
We help fix what's broken. Let's get it fixed. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Next, we have Andrew Ferris.
Andrew Ferris, Wall Fire, New Underwood Fire, and also board member with the Pennington County Fire Service Board. Yeah, I agree. We need to just get this fixed. If maybe there's some guidance we could have with the Fire Service Board, what you guys want to see different on this, that'd be great. But definitely we need to get it figured out.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it. Next, Fire Chief Dottie Fire Department, Damon Hartman.
Morning, Commissioners. Damon Hartman, Doty Fire Chief. And one part that Jerome forgot to bring out is he does a lot of the planning and zoning as well. So when things come through, he ends up and actually tags me to help him with that, because I've done that in the past with the City Fire Prevention Division. So I help him look through the plans. When it comes down to subdivisions, if they're over the 40, we really stress that we can't have any more housing than that until there's a second exit. Things like that. Some buildings that have been built within the county that require a fire sprinkler system. With my background, Jerome has tagged me to help him do that. So Jerome does more than just the fire service. He actually helps out planning and zoning quite a bit as well. It's not his strong suit, so he asked me to help him out. But that's one additional item that Jerome does for the county, which is above and beyond what his office really does. So I just wanted to bring that out. Other than that, we definitely appreciate all the support we get from the county, especially from you commissioners. So thank you.
Thanks, Damon. Next, I have Richard Smith.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Richard Smith. I'm the Executive Director for the American Red Cross, serving central and western South Dakota. That's 38 counties that we cover. So we see all kinds of fire service, what takes place out in our communities. I also have the privilege to get to work in many other states when some of those fires happen. I'm just here to ask for your support for what the request that he's making. I understand there's a process that needs to be fixed. I would just tell you, I think it's important that we continue the process you have right now so that that funding continues for them, so that's not cut. One of the things is, as he mentioned, as Jerome mentioned in his part, is he does advocacy. That's part of the Fire Service Board. So when there's a house fire that happens here in our community, you're not hearing from your constituents that nobody came to help. They are getting assistance not only from the fire department, but they also call the Red Cross, and we try and show up out there at the scene when that happens. When you look at what happens in other places, even in our own state, in some other counties, a lot of times by the time the fire departments arrive, those houses are burnt to the ground. That equipment that they currently have and that they use and they're planning for the future, that really saves some of that structure of that house, which is so important to help people to recover. So when we look at the amount of poverty we have in a lot of our areas, and some of our smaller, right here in Pennington County, that fire department getting there quickly, putting that fire out, only helps those people that are in those homes that are being impacted to stop from having that terrible loss where everything that they own is gone. So I'm just here to say, just support what the Fire Service Board does. We don't have any game in the money. We're not getting anything from anybody. We just so much appreciate the services they provide, because we don't see that everywhere. We don't see that, again, in South Dakota. We don't see that in Nebraska and some of the other states that have been fortunate to work in. So just want to continue. They do a great job, and a big hand for the fire departments, the volunteer fire people that are taking their time to come in and speak in this, because it's important to them.
Thanks.
So that's all I have, so thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it. Next, I have Maggie Brown, firefighter chaplain. Maggie?
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for all the work you do, and thank you for giving me a voice today. I'm not here to talk about the operations of the fire departments or how to do this or how to do that. Oh, by the way, my name is Maggie Brown, and I'm a firefighter and chaplain, and I work on the wellness team in dispatch, and I'm disaster relief services with Catholic Social Services. I'm here to say a few things about mental health for first responders. It's something that has been not talked about today, but it's critical. It's critical to have mental health services. And why? What makes this so critical? Well, volunteer services and the volunteer departments, their responders may go on an emergency, a devastating emergency. They see a horrific car accident, a horrific fire. And they try their best to treat the person. Person may not survive, and they're witnessing and seeing all that. And we're volunteers, just remember, we're volunteers. They clean up the mess from that motorcycle accident, and they go home. Then they play that event over and over and over in their head, all day, all night, and the next day, and beyond. Now, that's not to be critical of a paid department, because they get to go to their departments and process that. We go home to our families, unprocessed oftentimes, frequently. And you know where that all ends up? In our heart, in our gut. The physical impact, the physical health impact of not addressing the mental health side of it is costly to the individual, to the community, and their pocketbook, because they're going to the doctor an awful lot. I could go on with examples of this kind of incident, but just know the impact is not good if we're not dealing with the mental health piece. Mental health support for first responders will help mitigate the possibility of developing PTSD, depression, and yes, potentially suicide. This harms everyone in our community. We need to be sure there's no stigma attached to mental health when we need the support. But this means we need to make sure that this support is available to all of our volunteers. Prevention and treatment are both very, very important, and it needs to be available whenever necessary. The workload of fire departments varies from department to department, depending on the location and the size and the area that they're covering. And as you know, during a 3-week period of Sturgis, the week before, the week during, and the week after, we have an influx of probably more than 50% an increase in our population during those 3 weeks. The impact is tremendous. We don't get a 50% increase in volunteers during that time. We're still that little department off of Nemo Road trying to address all the calls that come in. A lot of the calls are along the highway or along 44, but we get our share of them along Nemo Road. We had a fatality on Nemo Road this year. We had some other accidents along Nemo Road. That's a very fun road to motorcycle on, all the curves and everything, but it's also very dangerous. Commissioners, please help us maintain our great services. But not only maintain them, we need to improve them. We need to have available improving mental health services for our volunteers. Training and recruitment costs. But I want to thank you for the support that you've given us for the time that I've been involved, and it's critically important. And again, thank you very much. But the thing to remember, if we want to bring in new volunteers and keep the volunteers that we currently have, support must be accessible. Without it, everyone loses. With it, everyone wins. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Maggie. Next I have Brian, I'm going to slander your last name. Brian Bavander? I can't, you got yours? Okay. Sorry about that. Next I have, and there's another one I can't read the writing, Jeff Sugar. Sorry. Sometimes handwriting messes with me too.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jeff Shagru. I'm the Assistant Chief for Silver City Volunteer Fire Department. I'm also one of the directors on the Silver City Fire District. And you're hearing from a lot of departments on what the Fire Service Board and the Fire Administration Office does for them. They're absolutely critical to the survival of the little VFDs, especially places like us, Quinn, Wall, Scenic, Rochford. They are just absolutely essential so that we have somebody to go to for advice, experience, expertise, training, coordination, and support. It was interesting, last week I was actually over shopping for a fire truck in Brandon and talking to their chief, and I will tell you, in one small respect, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They look to Pennington County as their example of how fire service should be administered over on the east side of the state in Lincoln and in Minnehaha County. This is the shining star in our state. So just take that and chew on it for a little bit. We're doing it right, 99.9% at least, in their eyes, not just in our eyes. You know, there's always things we can do better and fix, and I'm sure that Jerome will work with Fire Service Board and do that, so that we're doing it even better yet. From somebody who's a disinterested party, that's the way they look upon us and how we're doing business here in our county. The other part of this, I'm gonna put on my fire district hat for a second. Silver City tried to enact a mill levy in 1996. They've been in this fire district since '74. They tried in '96, and Janklow had a tax freeze, and we couldn't. We tried again when I got the fire district board back up and running the way it should be in accordance with state law in 2015, and it got tabled. And this year, we're not in that boat when the wall chief said that there's only 4. They're right. It used to be 5. This year, we passed a mill levy for the Silver City Fire District so that we're going to have a funding stream to keep our department trained, modernized, safe, and providing good fire service to the citizens of Pennington County. And a large part of that was because of Jerome and the support we got from the fire administration folks guiding us down the right path so that we could get our citizens involved and informed to make a good decision so that we have the funding we need to continue to provide quality fire service in our district and to the support of the mutual aid services that we work with. So, you know, we're doing a lot right, and I just want to commend you on the support that you're providing, and the words I'm hearing are, you know, you're all in favor of keeping the fire service office operating, running, and supporting all of us out there that are in the VFDs and fire districts, and that's the right answer. Because I don't know how we would survive without them. So I'll end there.
I do want to say thank you for that information because, you know, that's part of what I'd heard from earlier from constituent that they told me what their amount was they were levied for fire, and they said that's not enough. That's the first time I've heard that.
It's a bargain. I'll tell you what, right now, it's a bargain, because I just, in my head, I was trying to figure out an analogy. You know, we're a service to the county. So it's the highway department. What if we asked everybody to volunteer to drive snowplows or fix roads and do it using fundraisers? How do you think that would work? You know, service departments need support and need funding. So probably a really poor analogy, but I don't want to have to raise money to plow the Silver City Road. That'd be a nightmare. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Drews. So Jeff, I just want to comment that I hear that all the time about, you know, this is the model, you know, that everybody would like to have. And I don't doubt that one bit. Don't have any problem with that. All I'm trying to do is clarify the budget process.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I think that Jerome now has 2 weeks to come back to us.
Yep.
Figure out, I heard him say he doesn't necessarily want that reserve fund to be over the 500,000. He needs to come back and present that to us. It appears that we're going to have to do a supplement for '24. I don't know if there's any fix to that in the meantime, but at the same time, we're moving forward with the '25 budget, and it appears we got the same issue going forward with '25. So this gives him the opportunity to get that corrected and adjusted and bring that information back to the commission so that we can act on it and feel that we have provided the need that the fire administration has.
Absolutely. And it's, you know, maybe it's just an issue of semantics, because the word was tossed around a lot about emergency funding. Critical funding, absolutely. We have to have a strategic plan for critical funding long-term, because some of these are major expenses. And I think he's looking at it from a 10-year perspective, which is as short a range as I would even begin to look at something We've got a strategic plan for our fire district, and we look 10 years out, and now we've got a funding stream to implement it, but the expense of fire service, major equipment, training, and then just being able to recruit quality folks, you've got to have a long-range plan, and I think he's doing it right, just making sure that we're crossing Ts and dotting Is.
Ms. Hadcock.
Just a clarification, I guess I'm not looking, what are we looking at for information corrected for September 3rd? I guess, Gary, I'm not getting where you're going with that.
Well, Jerome said it wasn't his intent to increase that reserve fund to more than the 500,000.
Okay.
In the provisional budget, we've already got it at 600,000.
Okay,
So he needs to come back, give us that information so we can adjust that.
I appreciate that. I thought it was at 5 this year.
No.
And that's what you're talking about, corrected information on that.
On that, and then on his 25 budget, apparently that appears that that's going to be short just like the 24 is.
Right.
And so this gives him the opportunity to figure out what he has to do with that 25 budget to make that so it's not, we don't start with a shortage at the very beginning of it.
Actually, some of the, we just saw they did, and then we funded it through general fund, like we did the 24/7 and GIS that we made a mistake on, and GIS, why I'm saying that, Gary, is because a lot of, Commissioner Drews, is because a lot of the departments have to be helped or funded through general fund because they're not going to have that amount, and what they're saying is they don't have the amount, and when they brought that forward, they told us the total amount that they were going to be needing, which was at this point, if I'm correct, maybe Val has that number, is 184.
That's total. I think it was,
Val?
you gotta come up front.
So I
Thanks,
guess
Jeff.
that's the bottom line is, so they're saying, if I'm correct today, that they would like us to fund, okay, Val, whatever that number is.
Yes, so Val Newman, Fire Coordinator. So the number we got from Auditor Mueller was 184,139, according to her calculations. And I think this again is the education and communication piece that we need to improve with the auditor's office is how to calculate that. And I took the information that she sent on how that was calculated, and the number that I came up with was 158,946. And I had said that we need to communicate and figure out where that difference is. As far as I knew, it was taking our proposed budget minus our fire fund levy estimated amount, which she gave me is 279,804, and then an approximate amount for our delinquent taxes, which is, our average is only $800 per year, the last 3 years running. And then what we anticipate getting back for our cost share for our work comp and our central square, which is 64,300 estimated this year, which my calculation leaves us at 158,946. So somewhere in between those two numbers, we just need to finalize and figure out what that exact number is between the two. I don't know if I'm missing a number in that, or if there's another additional number that I'm not fully understanding to come up with that final calculation, but those are the numbers that I ran.
So what I'm hearing today is, number one, that we're supposed to have 500 and needs to be clarified if it's supposed to stay at 500 reserve, Commissioner Drews, and that if we are getting the 158,946 from the general fund or reserves, which before we took it out of general fund, even with Val's increase. So am I hearing that everybody was on the same page for not taking any money out of their reserve? Because we're telling people that, and I'm getting mixed messages, we're telling people that we're not going to take any of the money and that we're funding it and it's going to 25 as well. But now we're telling them that they need to come back, clarify that they only need 500,000 and that they need to take 158,946 out of general fund. Am I correct?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
What I'm saying is that they have that 2-week period of time in order to clarify whether they have to work with the auditor's office or whoever it may be within their own group to figure out how they come up with that budgeted dollar amount. If it's going to be a request to bring it out of the general fund, then that's what they have to come back and say. I haven't seen that or heard that at this point in time, or that exact number, and that's why I'm saying on September 3rd, they need to have that clarification for us.
I think, I'm sorry, may I speak?
Ms. Val?
I think that was what we were attempting to bring forward today with the presentation and the information that we were presenting, because we were unsure how you as the commission wanted to direct us to take care of that shortfall. The proposed idea was to ask for the 90,000 from the general fund and to cover the remaining 69,000 out of the reserves. And I feel it needs to be said, I know that it keeps getting repeated that there's never been any money spent out of that reserves. But in my 2 years in learning this process and learning in my position, I think, again, the verbiage that's used and the consistency of that, in my 2 years, I specifically remember 2 instances and have the requests where we asked for those reserve funds to be used. And so I think, again, it's just that communication, that education, to make sure we're on the same page and communicating for that to happen. So when we asked in our proposal today for the 69,000 to come from the reserve, it wasn't out of disrespect for the reserve funds. It was trying to find a solution for 2025, because we need a solution for 2025. We know we are short. We know we do not have the fund coming in from the levy and the cost share to cover our budget. And we were told that we needed to come with a solution today, and that's what we felt we did. There's only 2 real solutions for 2025. It's either we take that amount from the general fund to supplement our budget, or we split it between general fund and our reserve, what we have in our reserve, to cover that cost for 2025, and then come up with the solution for moving forward, whether that's what you discussed with the opt-out and such.
Just a
Chair.
little bit of clarification,
Let
please.
me do a follow-up.
Can I clarify?
Sorry.
From my understanding, the way the budget process is so far, we've approved budget as presented, which would be, I'm assuming without seeing Cindy here, that 69,000 would come out of the reserve and the 90 would come from general, from my understanding, if that's the way it is already.
And I think she budgeted 184,000 out of it.
We did not. We
not
accept
you guys.
responsibility for not filling out that revenue master correctly. In the 3 years that I've submitted the budget for fire, we've never filled out that OTI line item. Every time I've submitted, I have said, let us know if there's something we need to do differently or correct. And obviously, that's something that we need to correct and do better moving forward, is filling out that OTI line item, should that be the need. And we need a solution for how we're doing that. And all along, I've said we want to do what's right and do it correctly. We just need to know what we need to be doing correctly and how to fix that. And that's the end goal. You know, we don't want to be doing things incorrectly. And that ultimately was the problem, is we did not fill out that line item on the revenue master sheet.
Okay. Ms. Hadcock.
So bottom line, they need 158,946, if I'm correct. 90,000 comes out of where?
We were suggesting just for 2025 solutions that it comes out of the reserve fund, and then the 90,000, which would cover our work comp costs for 2025, out of the general fund.
Okay, so you're asking 158,946?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so why people came today, I'm going to guess, and why they keep saying it, firefighters, volunteer firefighters, city firefighters, and everybody is to say they would like us to fund 158,946. Are we saying that they have to come back September 3rd and ask for that, or we're not agreeing with general fund or work comp coming out of reserves? And I don't know if it should come, I'm gonna be up straight, I don't know if it should come out of reserves, but 158,946 I don't think is a big ask.
That's true.
And in the future, here's the problem. In the future, that amount's going to keep going up. And how do we intend in the future to fund that amount? And do we have a problem funding some of the fire service board as a commission in the future, not using their reserves, but being able to do something else, which the only something else is general fund. So I think that's the bottom line here, is it's not just going to be for 1 year. We decided as a board as well to fund Val, who's been a blessing for this board, and it's up that ante because you have 2 FTEs plus benefits now. So I think it'd be disservice to tell or not to have Val in that position, and I think that number would be a lot lower. But, and go back to half, which you can't, I already know, you can't do that job after being in the 9 years. You cannot do that job part-time. So that's another philosophy on, okay, basically, we're funding an FTE for the fire service board for the future when we made that decision. So
I think looking at the 2026 budget, we're hopeful that our work comp costs are not going to increase again. They budget those out so many years because of previous accidents, and some of those accidents and claims that have increased our costs over time will be at their max. And so hopefully our work comp costs will not be increased for 2026, which will help with what we're budgeting for our work comp for 2026 as well.
Okay, I do have Mr. Drews.
hold on, follow up. So the issue is bottom line for budgeting.
Yeah.
Are we willing to, they need reserves because you already know they're not emergency reserves. They're critical reserves, I agree. And number two, in order for this to be a functioning fire service board it needs a coordinator besides just a fire administrator. We've done that for many different departments here. How much would it cost or what would happen if you eliminated Val's job? Or Jerome's job? I mean, that's what you got to think about. Do you want to fund those jobs or do you not want to fund those jobs for the future? I guess that's your bottom line because it's costing, the biggest cost is and we already know that from our wages.
That's true.
So.
Okay, you done? Mr. Drews?
So, Commissioner Hadcock, I don't know where it comes about of talking about the jobs of the fire administrator or Val's job. I don't think that's been in this equation whatsoever. Talk about defunding anything in there. What I'm saying is that their number that they're providing us of 158,000 or whatever is a different number than what the auditor is providing us of 184,000. Let's just get that clarified in the next 2 weeks, bring it back, let us act on it, so that moving forward with the 25 budget, we feel comfortable that we got an accurate figure in there.
Well, Gary, or Commissioner Drews, if I could answer, sorry. It's not that, it's the point that what you're bringing up is right. In the sense that how are we going to fund it through reserves, or how are you going to do that? So they're telling us that process, and I think that's crazy to take it from reserves they're going to be reserving for the next, how long fire service board is going on. So it's not like I said you're taking anything. What I'm saying is, how are they going to fund, and you're correct, how are they going to fund moving forward? Because I wouldn't use reserves on fire service board for critical issues, even though they're critical, these two are. How are you going to fund that in the future? Not just now. And then to clarify the reserves if it's $500,000. So we're on the same page, and I'm not saying you're eliminating, I'm saying if you did. And we couldn't, what happens when we don't take general fund anymore for fire service, or we have to cut it? I mean, What do we do for the future? If it's 230,000 in '26? I mean, there's got to be, there's got to be philosophy. Are we saying we're going to fund fire service board and we're going to have to fund for the future? Because that's where we're having, I think, an argument between auditor and fire service board, is one doesn't believe it should be levied and it should be opted, which I believe in both philosophies. No, I don't think they're both wrong in any sense. And then the other is, what's our philosophy? And so I'm getting what you're saying, Commissioner Drews, and I don't think you're trying to eliminate these two positions. I'm just saying one of these positions is part of that money they're asking for, and it's gonna be a future ask until fire service board is either one's not there or we figure out what that solution is.
Okay, I'm gonna reel this in a little bit, because I think the discussion from what I've heard so far is that the January 3rd meeting, get some clarification, and possible, where do we get the money from, the general fund or from the reserves, something along those lines, because Val, I think you've done a good job presenting what needs to be done. So I think at that meeting, you guys do some work and bring back where you think it should come from, and then that gives the commission the choice. It's gonna come 90 from general, or is it gonna come from the reserves? We need to make that decision and then move forward with that. Otherwise, we're just kind of going back and forth, and I think that's what the clarification's about.
Okay, thank you.
I still do have 2 more speaker request forms, so is everybody okay with that? As I look at the commission? Because I think Jerome said he was wanting to clarify how the reserves will set up with the 5 or the 6, that type of thing, and then you guys come back and do the ask for either one option or the other. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, guys.
Chair,
Ms.
one more
Heck.
thing. So you have, if there's it's gonna have 600,000 in reserves, they only asked for 500, if that's clarified. Then you have $100,000 to play with at that time that was put in that budget that can use for that 69, so it doesn't have to be reserves anymore.
Yeah, they'll bring back what they have their discussion with their board, what they want to do. Next one is Jim Wolf. Thanks for being patient, Jim.
Thank you. My name's Jim Wolf. I'm the Assistant Chief in the Rochford Volunteer Fire Department. I was going to pass because I thought everything had been covered, but when we bring up this issue of having to come back in 2 weeks, and where is this money coming from? I have a business background. I've worked with $7 million companies and $8 billion companies. The thing is, you have to create a budget process and be realistic about what you're funding today and next year and the year after that. And I would encourage the board to approve a budget for the fire board that actually reflects their spending as anticipated in 2025. You can't, I don't believe it's realistic to say we'll take it out of reserve account in 2026, or we'll figure that out in 2026. You're either committed to a fire board and supporting the Pennington County Fire Suppression System, which includes all the volunteers and all the professionals who work in the county. And so don't just put this off. This is something that's important to bite. The week before the rally and the week of the rally, we responded to 3 lightning strikes in the South Rapid Creek Drainage District that could have destroyed $20 million worth of value. We were supported by Forest Service and other local volunteer fire departments. But this is not an unusual circumstance. So you have more at risk than just the cost of supporting the departments with professionals and interagency cooperation. you've got the value of the landowners and the investment they've made. The fire service is an insurance policy. You hope you don't have to use it. But from a budget standpoint, you've got to be realistic and budget and allocate funds that you know will be there permanently for permanent functions. You can't finance a production line for this year and say, well, okay, maybe we'll have to not run it next year and still count on the sales. You can't do that. So please fund the entire process that's requested, not with a wishful thinking about where it's coming from, but know where it's going to come from and be designated every year. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Next, I do have, this is my last speaker request form, Todd Tobin.
Thank you, Commissioner LaCroix. My name is Todd Tobin. I spent 24 years in the Pennington County Fire Service. A vast majority of those years working behind the scenes outside of my departments. I was with two departments, one a small, one a large. That's defined by the call volume annually. I worked behind the scenes with the current fire administrator and the previous fire administrator to address budget and many other things that happened. My purpose today is to provide a little bit of a background that might help each of you in perspectives that maybe you haven't been able to share. And I'd like to preface that by, it's my understanding that each of you have 300 to 500 documents between sessions, or 300 to 500 pages, somewhere in that range. That is a huge load. It's a large task to ask for anyone to digest all of that, regardless of your support that you get. Secondly, is in that particular capacity of a heavy load, add to that the multiple complexities of the fire service nationally, in our state, and certainly in our county. It does not meet the normal criteria that the modern system, say, of law enforcement took a different direction and so forth. So it is completely understandable to having a difficult time with how do we make the best decisions. I fully understand that this is not about removing the fire administrator, that it's a budget issue, but in helping clarify that, I'd like to provide just a brief overview of some of the past challenges that we went through. The first comment I make is what's known as the Chesterton fence paradigm. Are any of you familiar with the Chesterton fence paradigm? It means, in essence, that before removing a fence, we should understand why the fence is there. And in the 1950s and 60s, when the volunteer fire system in the Black Hills region, specifically the county, took shape, there was a public safety measure that was part of the general fund, and fire departments, chiefs would have to come before you at each meeting requesting funding for tires and hoses and other expenses. So in 1973, your predecessors had found the wisdom to establish the Fire Service Board, which was designed to be a membership of the volunteer departments, which are all nonprofit corporations, traditionally in the 501c4, now 501c3 fashion. So they would come before the board here to request. Now they would be able to go with an allocated amount of spending each year to the Fire Service Board, which was established. And of course, that's of the equal parity to the board of the Planning Commission under the, obviously, Planning Department. But it is still accountable to this board to meet, which within state statute, that public safety component of all Board of Commissioners in state statute. So what we then have is in 1977, with the highest concentration of volunteer departments in the state in Pennington County. At that time, I believe there were 22. That was a lot of business that you are having to deal with of just fire department. Then it goes through the Fire Service Board. But the leadership, because we're all volunteers, didn't have that same level of effectiveness and camaraderie or leadership than your predecessors found it necessary to establish the Fire Administration Office. which there's been 4 fire administrators. The current and the previous were the longest term. My point of sharing all of this is that there's a long history of battles here in front of the Board of Commissioners over budgeting, like any other department. And in one particular example, when it's a heavy wildland fire season, like we had in the first decade of this century, it was difficult to ridicule the fire service because it was in the paper all the time. When we, of the past decade, have not had the amount of wildland fires, it doesn't get as much press. We don't have the governor out here being involved as in the previous wildland fire season in the first part of the century. It is then more easier to pick and choose and so forth. So I think there's a perspective there that we have to look at that's part of a system of how we go through. The other example that I would like to share goes to the politics of the internal workings of Pennington County. So where people are gathered, there are going to be politics. It's not who's elected or not. The politics in my own family are strong enough, the politics in my own community, and et cetera. So we're talking of just how people function together. The predecessor to the current fire administrator was 27 years in the position, and it was a little tiny office in the basement of the old courthouse, and there was no admin support, and they lived off the fire tax, which if you ever look at your property tax statement, there's a fire tax. That's what that's for. It's separate from a fire district. It was talked and mentioned earlier. And so that funding is what funded the fire administration office. The politics come into it not because of that. It became that there was an individual in the previous fire administration who was worshipped in the fire service. We loved Denny Gordon for all the things that he did, but Denny was really a strong-willed person in here and had to fight every year to keep from getting squashed or taken over or absolved, or dissolved rather. And there was a previous sheriff who then, after his retirement from the Pennington County Sheriff's Office, became a board of commissioners here, and a previous auditor. And these are based on firsthand conversations with both of them that I had with them, in addition to what they certainly shared publicly. They had tremendous vitriol towards the fire administration, tremendous vitriol. Well, my question was to try to understand from each of them individually, was this a process? Was there some legitimate tax issue? Was there pressures? And my personal conclusions were it was 100% personal. 100% personal. Now, this was because of the strong-willed fire administrator previously, and I think both sides had equal fault at that particular premise. The reason I share this example, to make my point, Zig Ziglar would talk about often in his talks, for those who are familiar with Zig Ziglar, that he would talk about, he asked his wife one time, why does she always cut the sides of the ham off? And she said, well, I don't know, my mother always did that. And so they called the mother. Her mother said, well, I don't know, my mother always did that. So they called Grandma, who was still alive, and she said, well, we were poor. We only had one size pan. It would never fit a whole ham. I don't know why you're still cutting the sides of the ham off. So given all of the tremendous workload that each of you have, and we're very grateful for the work that you do in the county, the tremendous responsibility that you have, the oddity of the fire service, it is impossible to not have some of these legacies come into the decision-making that really have nothing to do at what's at hand here. And I personally believe this personal grind and axe to grind of a previous administrator of the fire administration and a previous auditor and a previous sheriff and then board of commissioner is truly at play here. I see it as clear as day because since the late 90s, I've been coming to these meetings and participating in this process. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. It's just people, and politics are a natural way of how we work and how we function. So I'd ask if you would consider the perspective that maybe there's other influences here that may or may not be in the best interest of the fire service. And the last point that I'll make is over a decade ago with the previous fire administrator, we did an assessment regionally, so we're comparing apples to apples, of what happens. So back to the Chesterton fence analogy. What happens if Pennington County has to address a fire service like others across the country and regionally have done, where the county owns the station and the equipment, the county employs full-time employees, fire officers, and the firefighters are volunteer. We put at a conservative level over a decade ago, well over $10 million a year of annual operating costs. That doesn't include the at least 4 to 5 times that of getting stations up to speed and developing that process and so forth. So when we look at the value that we have from a tax level and the service that we get, as previously spoken by other members of the fire service, of the importance to the communities, wildland, structure, and every part of this county, I think it's really a point we must really consider, that if we do mess with the system that is in place, that has created harmony, and as Chief Shagru had mentioned, is really the envy not only of the state, but of the, whenever we have large wildland incidents, for example, and people come from across the country here, they're amazed at how we integrate with Forest Service, the state, Bureau of Land Management, the career departments of Rapid City, the volunteer departments of the region, and so forth. It's truly amazing. I've been on out-of-state wildland assignments, and I will tell you that it is not that at all. So the value that we have of what is the source of that cooperation is primarily as the result of the fire administration's effort. And the fire administrator currently and his predecessor specifically, the two of them, have done a remarkable job at establishing this unity to provide a high-quality safety premise that you, as a Board of Commissioners, don't have the problems to deal with that certainly could have. So I would encourage you to support it, what the needs are, because I realize there was a little bit of a variation in how data was presented, but I'm quite confident that will get worked out, and to support the mission of the fire service, as it is a very good value, speaking as a taxpayer, that we don't have to have a much higher number taken in my property taxes personally to pay for a much larger system that today is not necessary.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. That brings us up to the end of our speaker request forms, and I think Jerome and Val, you get a good idea of what you need to do, so we're good. And thank you guys for all your support and the discussion that you had. So with that, we're going to move on to item number 11, which is items from the public. And this is a speaker request form required, and I have none. So at this time, I would look for us to take a break to set up for the Zoom for the Board of Adjustments.
That would be my motion.
And make a break.
Moved by Rosknecht, seconded by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We'll go back into session, and I would look for a motion to go into the Board of Adjustment.
So
hearings.
moved. Second. I don't care which one.
I'll go moved by Drew, seconded by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Megan.
Megan Talmadge, Planner. Agenda item A is a variance COVA 24-0006, and it is to reduce the setback to a residential zoning district for a telecommunication tower. The applicant is ComNet Cellular and Verizon Wireless. The landowner is Songquist LLC. This is located off of Songquist Lane, which is over by Johnson Siding. There is flood hazard on the property. It does not interfere with the tower location. When looking at variances, staff takes a two-prong approach. The two prongs are listed on screen. Overall, staff does recommend to deny this variance because there is no physical hardship that exists. A couple more things about the property is it's the tower to a residential zoning district, not necessarily the dwelling. There's a property to the north that it doesn't meet that setback, and there's a property to the northeast that it doesn't meet the setback by that 477 feet and 396 feet. Again, staff recommends denial on this item as there's no physical condition. The applicant does have a representative here. She does have her own PowerPoint if you have any questions for her.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rosknecht.
So if I looked at this right, the setback would be 500 feet. From the nearest residential?
Yes, that's what's required by our ordinance from the nearest residential zoning district.
And this is where it's proposed, is it like 475?
To the closest one, it's 396, but there's not a residence on that property. The closest to a property with a residence on it is 477 feet.
So you say there's no adverse conditions that they could actually put that someplace where it'd be 500 feet? So can you explain that just a little bit so I understand it?
Yes, there are other places on this property that the tower could be placed, but there are conditions that cell towers need to meet the standards. So highest location, certain areas, and this was the best location that I believe met the parameters of our ordinance. So it's the 500-foot setback that's really the biggest issue with this particular location.
Okay, thank you.
I'm good. I will say, I do have several speaker request forms, and I have one person on Zoom, that one part of the applicant on Zoom and one present. So do any further, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let Megan, and any questions for Megan come first from the commission. If not, then we'll go to the applicant, both applicants, and then we'll go to the speaker request forms, as long as everybody understands. Is there any further questions from the commissioners to Megan? Seeing none, I'd go to the applicant, and ma'am, you didn't have to fill out a speaker request form, did you?
I was told I didn't need to. I did fill one out if you
Oh,
wanted.
did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't give it to,
Oh, okay.
submit it. Did you? You want
You're
it?
fine, the applicants don't really need to do. So if you just identify yourself for the record.
Sure.
And
Yeah, my name is Emily Maluski, and I am a principal engineer for Verizon Wireless and for the Great Plains area, which includes South Dakota. So I'm happy to be here today to talk to about our proposed site with you all. I do have some information up here on the screen. So this is our proposed site, and we're proposing a monopole, which is just a singular tower, about 100 feet tall, and it's going to be flush-mounted equipment, so it won't be jutting off of the tower very far. We're going to paint it a hunter green color. And so that you can see where our proposed location is. That's the Johnson Siding area. We have put together some photo simulations of what the site will look like. And I know there's another site here in Rapid City that's a monopine, which is the fake pine tree.
Yeah.
We felt like that would be more obvious to have a random pine tree sticking out of already, beautiful landscape. By doing the hunter green color, we felt like that would blend in nicely. So this is from two different directions that you have. So I did want to go into finding the right location and the process for doing that. We can't just put a tower up wherever we want. There's a whole process. And also, we don't just put towers up for the heck of it. Our company, we have a budget, like you guys have a budget. And so we look at where we have a need. This is a growing area with a lot of development. There's more need there. We have more people there. There's need for emergency services. People use their cell phones for those purposes. And so our process for picking a site is, first we have the need. Then we look at, for existing structures, if there's anything that we can go on. There's nothing in this area that we can go on that will meet our needs to serve the community here. So then we have to look at the area, pick out the topography, what will work best. We also have to have a willing landowner. We cannot force a tower on someone's property because we decided it's the best location. The stars have to align. We have to have a willing landowner. And so that doesn't always happen. And so when we find that willing landowner, we then look at the property and say, okay, where will be the best spot on this property? So then we have selected this spot on the property because of the topography. If we move further to the south, the topography slopes away. And there's also a flume their flume tunnels, so we cannot move to the south. So that is how we ended up at our specific location. And if we could move it back to be 500 feet away, we would, but we're limited on topography, that existing flume tunnel. And so this has been deemed to be the best area for the site.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a question? Explain what the flume tunnel is?
I'm not sure if I understand what the flume tunnel is. I did look it up, but now I can't remember what it is.
Mr. Chair, no,
Go ahead, Mr.
Historic flume tunnel trail. Yeah.
I used to take water into Rapid City
And it's.
Trail.
years ago.
So it's a trail.
It's a trail.
Okay.
Okay, it's a hiking trail. I was just like,
I thought it was Windkern or something.
that's what I did too.
Thank you. Thank you for
I
that.
can clarify that, Emily.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so,
It's not
Hi,
underground.
it's-
It's not underground. It's through a hill.
Hmm.
You can walk through it.
Okay.
It's not, there's a hill on top of it, but it goes through it.
Sure, okay. So the clarification is, it's a tunnel through a hill,
There you go.
like we're going to Keystone.
Yes,
Thank
There
you.
you go. Okay.
Yep.
That's
so
the clarification.
but you can't get a car through it.
It's a walking trail, I guess.
Okay.
So we can't move south to meet that 500-foot setback requirement. And looking at the need for the area, this is a propagation map. This is the current coverage right now. That lighter area is where we have very poor service and people aren't able to use their devices in their home. And so we have identified this as an area of need for a new tower. So our coverage with the proposed tower that lime green color, that is our improved service, and that is, will allow in-building use of your device. We'll also improve the coverage about 2.2 miles along Highway 44. So there's a lot of benefits to Pennington County to have a new tower. We just spent the last few hours talking about emergency services. And part of that, 80% of 911 calls originate from a cell phone. So when you look at that, there is a great need for new cellular towers. A lot of people don't have landlines anymore. We use cellular devices, not only for communication, but we use them for our smart devices for maybe for work or for school. So there's a lot of applications that demand more coverage for the area.
Chair, can I ask her a question?
Exactly.
Is it just you guys that are going to be on the tower, or do you lease some of the space out on the tower?
Blair, I believe that this will just be us.
this would just be Verizon to start, but it does accommodate additional carriers. And they design these towers to do that, to avoid multiple towers.
So how many providers usually can be on one tower?
For a site like this, it could be 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, given the height, it would probably end up being 3.
And
Yeah,
what are those providers by chance? Do you know, like, what do you usually use? Like, what would be the other 2 providers?
It would be, oh, go ahead.
Megan Talmadge, planner. Just with my experience with cell towers in the area, it would probably be AT&T and T-Mobile.
Okay.
Yep, and we do lease our space to other carriers. We lease space from other carriers on their towers. We have limited infrastructure we can go on. There's zoning regulations everywhere, so we have to utilize other carriers' towers too. So we give them the same right on our own towers. So
Do you have to come back to us if you add more carriers or not? Do you know that?
should
Maybe
just
make
be
it
probably a building permit. We wouldn't need a variance.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. So with that, any other questions? We have identified this area as a great need for a new tower. Expanded development for the area. It will improve some service to that forest area for tourists that come and use the area. So we're hoping that you guys will see this as a benefit and also acknowledge that there are geographical limitations on our ability to move the site to meet the variance requirement.
That's true.
So, thank you. I'm going to say one thing to the people that are here today, the speaker request forms. I'm going to go to Mr. Drew, but then Blaine. But a lot of times what happens is you get a letter in the mail saying this has happened and so forth. So this is good experience to show them what you are doing. So what I will do is I'll go to the board, I'll go to Mr. Drews, then Blaine, and have the speaker requests speak what their concerns are, then I'll give you guys one more chance to address their concerns.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so
All right.
Mr. Drews.
So Emily, just for Verizon,
Yeah.
how many, do you know how many actual residences this would additionally serve compared to what's being served now?
Well, so that's what this propagation map shows. Anything in this area is not getting good service
Do you
in
know
building.
the numbers at all?
I don't have the numbers for you, but we put together this propagation map to show that it really will improve coverage in the area.
By coverage.
Mr. Travis.
My question is, and you talked about how you can't move it south because of the flume. I mean, how far away do you need to move it south if you're going to meet the 500-foot setback? And I'm asking it because I'm looking at the map and I see the flume is pretty far south. I just want to understand how many
I think we
feet.
would need to move south 103.5 feet. Is that right, Blair?
Yep, and part of that reason really comes down to the topography. As it begins to slope down, you really don't have the requisite area to put the, not specifically the ground or the tower itself, but the surrounding ground space for the ground equipment. And you want to keep an ample amount of ground space to allow for additional carriers to come. So if you were to, theoretically tuck it as small as you can, only provide for Verizon's building, you may end up when other carriers come to look at co-locating on the tower, they wouldn't be able to, not because of the tower itself, but because of the ground space.
Mr. Lester.
So you're talking about not the tower itself, you're talking about those, as I'm looking at the tower image, it shows they're in red on my map, but it kind of shows like a generator, outdoor cabinets and concrete and that kind of stuff. That's what you're talking about. Because of the topography there, you can't do that. But you could still put the tower based on the topography further south.
I guess the best way to think of it is the tower. The tower is not just the, 3 feet wide foundation of the tower itself. The tower is that entire compound. So if you were to move that compound south, you would run into topographical issues.
So we have to have that ground equipment there to serve the tower.
Exactly. Yep.
It has a generator typically, our cabinets for the fiber routes through. So it's part of the whole, how it operates, whole package.
Mr. Chair.
Are you done, Travis?
Right now I am, yeah.
Mr. Roskinek.
So one of the considerations, if I understand it, when you find the location for the tower, you're looking for maximum signal strength. Because, so I'm assuming that's one of the considerations. So if you move that tower, not only did you have the topographic issues, but if you moved it 150 feet, would you lose a percentage of your, I guess, maximum output, your signal strength? Because I'm assuming you can't just put a tower anywhere. It's got to be some place where you're going to get the maximum coverage.
I don't think 100 feet would really affect that, but we do really look at the topographical issues and also, anything that's there. So if we could move this, we would. And I've had other sites where we've been able to move them, and we have. This one, topographically, we can't. We need that space. It slopes away too much, so we need that space for the ground equipment and for the monopole.
Yeah, you'd mentioned there had to be certain parameters. I'm assuming those are one of the parameters.
The parameters, yeah, but 100 feet, like moving it that much will not affect our propagation map that much. But, so we would move it if we could.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just to follow up. You could move it, it would just cost you a lot of money to either do material in or things of that nature. And I say that because, I mean, our highway superintendent many a times has said you can build a road anywhere you want, it's just how much money you want to put into it. So you could move it, it's just going to cost you a certain amount of money to acquire material, support, whatever you need to be able to make an area that's possible to mount that tower and its equipment that's necessary for it to operate.
That, and we also have to look at how the height of that land. So if we're losing elevation by moving it too far, then it really defeats the purpose, and our tower's not going to, serve the area as well. Right, Blair? Because it slopes down, correct? Or does it?
Yeah, and one thing, I've been out to the site several times. The survey doesn't quite do it justice. It would really become cost prohibitive the farther south you go. Due to the slope, you'd be essentially building up the side of a mountain, and long term you would run into all sorts of erosion issues. So that's really why we're trying to find the flat area of ground that is the farthest away. So we did maximize that setback as much as we could.
Blair, could you please identify your first name and last name for the record?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's Blair Ransom. I work with Buell Consulting. So we work with Verizon and represent them, finding the sites, doing the leasing and the zoning. So that's my role.
Thanks, Blair. Do you have a follow-up, Travis?
Just one follow-up. Did y'all reach out to the community just to see what the community's reaction would be to a tower coming in that close? Just out of curiosity. And I ask that purely because there's some other things that go on in the community that we have that sometimes it's always beneficial to have a preliminary meeting with the community that you may be impacting rather than just coming and asking and then dealing with all the arguments later on. I'm just asking that question.
Right. We do have meetings generally if it's required by the zoning requirements. So we'll have community meetings if we need to. I will say that Megan did share concerns she received with us, and we did send responses back. So we are proactively trying to address questions. I sent a whole bunch of information back to Megan to provide to, I believe, some of the people that are here. We reached out directly to one individual and said, if you want to let us know your specific questions, we are happy to get back to you. We never heard back from him. So we are proactive in trying to answer the community's questions. I think most people would say how much, at least I depend on my cell phone for my family, my work, being involved in my community. I think people value their cell phone usage. So by and large, it's a wanted infrastructure addition to a community.
But you didn't do any previous community outreach meetings, just answering people's questions who reached out?
Right. We followed the requirements of the zoning.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions before I go to the speaker requests? Or Blair, did you have a comment before we go to the speaker requests? I'll give you guys a follow-up after speaker requests.
Yeah, I guess I just had one detail I'd like to call out. So Megan mentioned the distance to that northern zoning, residential zoning district where there's a floodplain. So our setback from the nearest buildable zoning residentially zoned parcel is over that 500 feet. So understandably, it doesn't technically comply with the ordinance, but if you consider it from a intent standpoint, we do essentially meet that standard or the intent of that standard, because that parcel that's zoned residential will never have a dwelling on it.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
So floodplain you can build in, it's floodway you can't.
Megan?
So floodplain you can build in, right? So is it floodplain, Megan?
So there's both floodway and floodplain on this property. It's not quite as simple as, you definitely can't build in floodway, you definitely can build in floodplain. There's a lot of permitting that needs to go through it. This parcel is particularly small and there's not a lot of area that they could build a structure on it without that extra permitting. Not saying that it's utterly impossible to build on that, but there's a lot of red tape they'd have to go through.
So if they're 500 feet, they make the 500 feet now, or they don't?
They don't. They're the other property that is also owned by Hammerquist, which is the 477 feet, which has a current residence on it.
Okay.
It does not meet the setback for that one.
Okay, so it doesn't meet the setback for two properties? The 477, and what's the other one? And how far is that?
Can you show it on a map, just so we have an idea?
Yeah. So,
There's the,
yeah, I'm kind of looking at that one, but if you go back to my PowerPoint.
oh, I'll let you do it then.
Okay, so show us where the tower is in the
Yep.
floodway, floodplain, and then where the residents are, please.
So the tower is this square here.
Okay?
This is another property owned by the same property owner that the telecommunication tower is going on. He has a residence on this property, and then up here in this corner up here is the residence with the floodplain, and I can pull up Rapid Map to pull up the floodplain if needed.
Okay, and then, so the 477 is actually the owner that owns the property that's letting the tower go up?
Yes.
And the other one is how far? That isn't part of his residence?
The other one is 396 feet from the
Okay.
tower.
And that'd be the closest ones to this in order for it not to make the setback, and that's why
Yes.
they're here for the variance?
Yes.
Okay.
Megan, can I clarify one point real quick?
Yeah.
So Vern Burris, he's not actually our landowner. Rob Hammerquist and his family are. Vern provided us a private easement to access over the property.
Okay, I
So I
must
just
have mistaken the two property owners because it must be this property that I'm talking about that's owned by Hammerquist. I apologize for that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that distinction, but he did provide us
An easement.
an easement for access.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions for Megan or the applicants? If not, I'll go to the speaker request forms. Boy, I struggle with some of this writing. Is it Celeste?
Celeste.
Celeste, okay.
Celeste Mies. Sorry.
You have the floor, Celeste.
Oh, thank you so much. First off, I just want to say thank you all for your time and listening to my concerns. And Emily did reach out to me because I actually was curious as to why there was not a meeting for the community as well. I was like, well, why didn't we get, to kind of go over some basic concerns that the community has. My first thing was, all of us have cell service. I've rented this property now twice, and we are living there as of September 1st. So no one's ever complained. When we've been there, we've had cell service. I was there yesterday, and I was talking to Larry on my cell phone, and no one's ever complained about not having cell service. So my first question is, who's really benefiting from allowing this variance to go through? Some other questions that I had was, why were these setback recommendations put into place? So if there were studies that went through and they said, hey, you know what, this is what we recommend, and I'm guessing that those recommendations had some studies and scientific support and all of that, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well now we don't really need to pay attention to these studies. My biggest concern, well actually I have two big concerns. One is The environmental impact. Have there been any studies? This is a very beautiful wooded area. My husband hikes this area quite often, and he'll go for hours, and he'll go along the Flume Trail. It's actually stunning. And really, we don't want to hear the hum and the buzz of the cooling systems that are needed to run these cell towers. They will operate 24 hours per day. And there's that buzzing hum, there's that 100-foot monopole plus the 4-foot, I think it's the lightning rod on there as well. And it is absolutely stunning. This is really it's the Black Hills National Forest. It's right in the middle of the Black Hills National Forest. The other concern I have is the stormwater study as well, because the tower, the monopole, will be high on the hill. So there's going to be the water wash down into Rapid Creek, where I know there's a depletion of the amount of fish in Rapid Creek, and we don't want that to continue to happen. So it's sort of like, I would have loved to have had a meeting to find out, hey, what are the studies that have been done prior to, thinking, hey, this is a great place to erect this monopole. Some other concerns I have is the property values out there too. A lot of people don't really want to live next to a large monopole or see a large monopole, especially in this particular area. Because you drive out on the highway there, you go through the Black Hills National Forest, and then you kind of go left into this very nestled, wooded neighborhood. As Emily pointed out, we spent the last 2 hours listening to the statements of the fire department, which we support the fire department. We're very grateful for the fire department. But with all this electrical equipment that's high on this hill in a really forested area, we have a very limited single access road. It's a very tiny road. You got to kind of pull over if another car is coming, and there's only one access road. This was addressed a while back through another concern that we had in our neighborhood. But if there is a fire for some of the electrical equipment up there, there's enough wood and kindling to just, it'll go up in flames in seconds. And for the families that live in the area, there is a concern of how are we going to get out? How's the fire department going to get in? I think those are my, really the main concerns that I have. I also had some questions about the, let's see, what frequency and emissions, what the levels are that it'll be operating on, the RF wave, how much radiation will be emitted by the tower and its components. But my main concerns are, the environmental impact and what studies have been done, and then the fire concern, and then also just as our residents who really enjoy the area, the property values and all that kind of stuff. But also across the highway, there are some beautiful homes, and those people have these amazing views as they look across to where we are. We're closer to where the monopole would be. We're at the bottom of the mountain. And to get up to that mountain, which we do, you climb up that mountain, we hike up there on that historical Flume Trail. And I'm just wondering, first off, why we need this and who really are the beneficiaries of this monopole. So anyhow, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sleaze.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
A couple of questions for you.
Yes.
So you said you have cell service when you're there.
I've had cell service there. I was just there yesterday, and I called Larry and made a couple calls.
Is that through Verizon then, or?
No, I think we're with T-Mobile, I think is our cell service provider. Oh, and my husband hikes there all the time, and actually he had an incident with a wildcat. This was a couple months ago, but he was able to call me even as he's going through the woods and hiking, because he'll go out there for 2 hours at a time, and he always communicates with me at the house.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker request form I have is Max Neese. Max, just need to identify yourself for the record, sir.
Dear Commissioners, my name is Max Neese and I'm 11 years old. I live near the Black Hills National Forest, and I'm really worried about the idea of a cell tower being built so close to our home. First of all, the Black Hills is such a beautiful place. I love spending time in the forest. It would be sad if a big, tall cell tower made it look ugly, but as they mentioned, they would color it in green, but still, as was mentioned earlier, they would have it would have noise, and that would be irritating the residents. But anyways, I want to be able to enjoy it as I grow up. I am also concerned about the tech pollution. The tower might bring noise and other things that could hurt the environment. What if it affects the animals living in the forest? I want them to stay safe and healthy. I'm also worried about the health effects, especially. The cell tower could have an effect on me, my family, and our neighbors. I know there are rules to protect us in the environment. I hope you will follow those carefully. Please help make sure our community stays a safe community and a healthy place for me and other kids to grow up. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Max.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Matt.
So our next speaker is Jim Neese.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Jim Neese. I'm a homeowner on Sonquist Lane. And I oppose the building of this tower. They're taking the easy way, the cheapest way. They can find other property to build on, but this is making it easier for them. One of the problems I have, the forested area where it's at, it's basically untouched by man. You know, the flume tunnel is underground, but you can't see it. But with the tower looming overhead, it would definitely take away from the aesthetics of the area. And the homeowners that live across 44 on the cliff, they would be staring right at this cell tower. They were never sent any paperwork or anything about a meeting to let them know that their view would be obstructed. And as my wife said, fire concerns are big. There's a small one-lane road there. I suppose they could come in with a helicopter to, douse the fire, but there is that possibility. Other concerns, there are many concerns I have. Another one of them is property value decrease. I bought that house without a cell tower in sight. I don't know if I would have bought that house with a cell tower basically in my backyard. And I would think that other people would question buying property before or with the cell tower there. Other than that, that's about all I have, so thank you for listening.
Thanks, Jim. Next, I have Larry Lunsinger. Did I get it? No. I'm 0 for 5 today. Thanks, Larry.
Thank you. I'm Larry Luxinger. I live at 13046 Sonquist Lane. And I assume, just a guesstimate, I'm about maybe 500 yards from where the proposed site is. I was wondering if I could have Emily come up to clarify some things concerning what I'm going to be presenting.
Emily, did you want to do that?
How about I just listen first?
Okay. So I need clarification on the height of the tower is 100 feet, and then it's got a 4-foot or 14-foot or something lightning rod? 4
Larry-
foot lightning rod?
Larry, you need to
Oh, I'm sorry.
speak into the mic so that.
That's why I wanted Emily to come up.
Well, the guy on the video sounds like he knows more of that than Emily on some of it, so.
Okay,
You might want
okay.
to speak to him.
And what are the FAA requirements as far as structures over 100 foot in height?
I'm gonna,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give these guys the chance, after all the speaker request forms, to come back up and address some of the concerns they hear. But,
Can I ask a question of them?
yeah, Matt, go ahead.
Blair?
Blair, yeah. Yeah, so the first one, the tower height.
Blaine.
It is 100 feet, and then they have a 4-foot lightning rod on top of it that's connected to a grounding system. So any lightning strikes that hit the tower will be transferred to the ground. The FAA restrictions, typically the rule of thumb is actually 199 feet. It does depend on proximity to an airport somewhat, but the rule of thumb is anything over 200 feet. 200 feet or above has to be lit. So in this case, the tower will not be lit because it doesn't meet that FAA standard.
Okay, it will not be lit.
And I assume
Okay.
that's where you're going.
Because I'd heard both ways. At one time I heard it was lit, and another time I heard it wasn't.
Yes, not lit.
And we already discussed the limits on leasing. You guys, you'll have your transmitter receiver, and then you have the ability to lease 3 other leases onto that tower?
Correct.
Okay.
It would 3 total is probably, and it also has to do with the height. So if a carrier can't be, they wouldn't go on if they can only be at 30 feet, for
Okay.
example.
And you guys are currently leasing from a tower up by AT&T Tower?
I believe the nearest sites are the AT&T tower near the reservoir, and then it's actually on the propagation map, I believe. And then there's one to the southeast along the highway. That's a short tower.
Yeah, okay. I live basically dead center between those 2 towers. And like I said, 500 yards from where you guys are talking about building this thing. So, and I live in a hole in the Black Hills. So we're surrounded by bridges all the way around us. There's Pine Cliff to the north, there's Thrall Mountain and the Flume Trail Ridge to the south. There's Mission Hills Loop to the east, and this ridge to the west. And so if anybody's going to have a problem with cell service, I would think it would be me. And I don't. And I talked to several people in the area this past week, and the first thing I heard from all of them was, why do we need a cell tower? We've got cell service. So I know you had this propagation thing where you showed your limited coverage, but how did you come up with that? Did you actually talk to somebody? Because nobody in the area that I can find says that we have a lack of service. We all have cell signal. We don't need any more service. And I looked at the map and I thought, well, that's an area that the cell tower coverage will reach, but how many residences are in that area? It's Forest Service. Nobody lives there, so I'm not sure what the demand is and why the locals weren't, this wasn't discussed with the locals, is do you need this service? It's a mystery to me. So I'm thinking about this, and I wake up at 2 o'clock this morning going like, well, why, everybody's saying we don't need a cell tower, and we're not going to benefit from a cell tower. We already have cell service. Who benefits from this? And I'm thinking like the only people I can think of that benefits would be Verizon, because they can lease additional services on that tower, and they don't have to pay AT&T for the other 2 leases that they have on the one that's 4 miles to the south and one that's 4 miles to the east. I'm just curious what Verizon has to pay for those leases on those towers and how much Verizon makes on leases to those towers. I had 15 minutes this morning to do a little online review, and it appears that these towers are a form of income. They're an investment opportunity. And so I'm just curious, how much are you currently paying to lease space on AT&T towers? And how much would you charge to lease space on your tower in a place that doesn't require service? Blair?
So,
No, go ahead, Blair.
I was just gonna say, just to start, you do have Verizon service, is that right?
Larry?
Yeah, I have Verizon service.
Okay. So part of Verizon has different frequencies, and Emily, you can jump in if you'd like, that have different efficacy, basically.
Blair, so the green areas that we show on our propagation map, those are areas that Verizon has deemed like acceptable and good service. Voice over service, using your cell phone to make calls, doesn't take that much. But say we use our cell phones and our devices for so much more now. Medical devices, things that run in our house. We stream data on our devices as well. You know, people, you might have to join a Zoom call from where you're at, and you're not going to be able to if you don't have improved service. So the other thing, this isn't a money-making opportunity. This is a capital expenditure for Verizon. We have no intent to make money off of this. We are trying to serve our customers because they pay us, and we want to provide them the best service possible. There's no rent income guaranteed to us. We are not expecting that. We are not planning on going off of those other two towers we're on. We need those towers. We're going to continue paying rent on those other two towers because we are going to stay on those. We need this additional tower to make a good coverage area. You know, it all kind of works together. It pieces together like a puzzle. And we put towers, we put different devices to make sure we have everything covered. So no intent to go off those other towers in the area. We are just trying to add to and improve the service.
Thanks, Emily. So Larry, you may finish.
Done?
Yeah. Not.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what this is improved service. How many residents are actually going to receive improved service?
I believe the Johnson siding area has had quite a bit of development in the recent years. So we don't ever say specifically how many residents are going to have services. But if there are businesses in the area, we have Verizon Business that provides a lot of services to businesses that need voice service, internet service. This will also provide people high-speed internet within their homes. So I grew up on a dirt road in western Nebraska. We did not have a telephone line going to our house. This would have been amazing when I was growing up. I had to drive into the library every day to get on the internet. So to be able to use your device at home because the service is improved is huge. It's a big game changer for a lot of people and allows access to technology, to information, to the world.
Okay, I'm gonna let Larry finish his public comment, and then I'll
Yeah.
call you guys back up. I got one more speaker request form, or two more after you, Larry.
Yeah, I'm just curious where the new development is. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but isn't there a 5G line that's currently being put in up at Johnson Siding? It runs from Rapid City all the way past Johnson Siding. They're putting the cable in now up there. So I don't know what that need is, and I'm not aware of a whole lot of businesses up there. And I'm aware of people that are getting 5G service up at their properties now. So I just don't, it doesn't make sense to me, and it doesn't make sense to a lot of the residents up there who were never contacted to ask if, do you need improved services? We got it. And that coverage area, and I couldn't really determine what you're looking at, but I assumed that 80 to 90% of that coverage area was in the forest. Nobody lives there, you know? So anyway, I'm confused. Some other things I looked at was, this thing is 101 feet. It doesn't have a light. It's designed, it's a monopole type of design. So I go online to this morning to see if there's any guidelines for appropriate types of designs for cell towers in certain areas. What I found, give me a second here. The priority for telecommunications permits is based on several different areas: aesthetics, the heights, so on and so forth. And there's 6 different categories that determine what would be a priority for having a cell tower. The most appropriate are that a cell tower would be put on existing facilities or other support structures without increasing the height of the support structure. That it would be put on properties that are zoned industrial. That it would be put on properties that are zoned commercial. The least appropriate of these 5, the least appropriate location for a cell tower is on properties containing 40 acres or more and zoned agricultural. Is this zoned agricultural, Megan? Yes. But it's only 28 acres. So they don't even discuss having it on a 28-acre parcel, and the only less appropriate area would be in a zoned residential area. That's what we are. It's 500 feet from me. It's less than 500 feet from the adjoining properties. And it's not 40 acres.
Megan?
He had asked me a question. I wanted to, on record, say this is agriculture zoning district. And in addition, this is a request for a variance, not for the telecommunication tower itself. Getting into details for the tower is for the telecommunication permit. This is just for the variance of the distance from the properties.
Okay.
What's the end purpose of the variance? Is it for the cell tower? And isn't the variance
It's for the
based-
distance. Requirements is 500, and I believe one side's 396, another one's 4 something, so that's the variance to the $500 or 500 feet distance is what the request is.
Yeah, so in order to make a decision on that, we have to, what's the end result? The end result is a cell tower, in my opinion.
Okay. So yeah, you got any more questions?
No, well, yes, I do. I have several more things. The other part of in considering a cell tower, which will be affected by if the variance is approved, is the aesthetics of the cell tower. Based on aesthetics, in order of preference, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the top 3 most desirable are the facade-mounted, roof-mounted, and the stealth. The stealth is a pine tree. The least desirable are the monopole, the lattice, and the guide tower. All structures shall be located to minimize their visibility to the greatest extent feasible. I looked at that, what was put up here, that's not disguised. That's way above the tree line. All communications facilities proposed for locations where they would be readily visible shall incorporate appropriate techniques to camouflage or disguise the facility and or blend it into the surrounding environment to the extent feasible. Well, I don't see why it has to be a monopole. So there are 7, I look at this, and these are your guidelines. These are the county guidelines. And I read through this and I went, well, this is the worst design in the worst location they could possibly pick. If the intent of what you guys are doing is to benefit the community and the citizens of Pennington County, I don't see how this benefits us. And this doesn't have lighted, but any structure with heights and locations which necessitate FAA coloring should be avoided. And like I said, in my opinion, it's the worst design in the worst location that violates about everything you guys have in your own ordinance.
Thanks, Larry.
You're welcome.
We got 2 more speaker requests. Susie Adams.
Good afternoon. It's no longer morning, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Susie Adams. I live at 13026 Sunquist Lane. So the proposed tower is up the hill behind me and then onto the flat. And I think the 300 and whatever it is feet house is because I'm north of there, but I think the one they're referring to is not my house, but I'm curious as to how many feet it is from my house, and I really don't know. I've lived there 25 years. We've seen a lot of changes. There has not been a lot of growth in that area. There's no place to grow until Johnson Sawmill. Something happens to some of that land, and then I'm sure to be scarfed up. Now, as far as cell service goes, I'm on a Zoom call at least once a week. I'm a wildlife photographer. I use all kinds of programs, excuse me, that I have to use the internet for. I can have 2 or 3 of those open and minimized, no problem. I have no problem with my cell service, no problem with my internet service. When my children were there and went to school, no problem. The only time we lost service with Verizon was several years back, and Verizon and AT&T had a disagreement on the cost. So they cut off our cell phone service until they came to an agreement. Once they came to agreement, our cell phone service came back on. And the aesthetic value is going to be destroyed in that area with a monopod. The Christmas trees, as I call them, are not quite as noticeable because they blend in. But poor people up in Pine Cliff and down in the valley, down in Flume Lane, that's going to be an eyesore. And another concern I have is it's my understanding that there's not going to be any lights on this tower. None. Without lights, the migrating birds are going to have 2 situations. Number one, they usually migrate at night. They're not going to see that tower. Millions of birds are killed every year by towers. And they will run into that tower. The other concern is it can mess up the noise that comes out of those can mess up the birds because they use the electronic flows from the earth to migrate. And this cell tower with this buzzing and everything can mess them up. It also is going to affect all the wildlife in that area. Every evening I get to watch a doe with 3 fawns come down that hill. Yesterday I got to watch a buzzard pick up a dead rabbit and eat it within distance. I got pictures of it. And there's fox. The birds, oh my gosh, we've got kingfisher, hummingbirds, ducks, geese, songbirds, herons. And this tower is going to affect all of those. And what happens is, as far as the deer, et cetera, rabbits, fox, those animals, from this buzzing, they're going to disappear. I'm not going to get to watch them anymore. They're not going to come down the hill. Turkeys, you can believe the flock of turkeys that come through. They're not going to come, they come through and go up that hill, or they come down the hill. Sometimes they fly over the creek and go over there, but then invariably they come back. They're not going to go through there. Would you want to go through that? I don't, and I've lived there long enough that I don't want anything to mess up the beauty and the tranquility in that area. And I have hiked several times, all the way from Lake Pactola, the basin, followed the creek, which is part of the old flume and the old railroad, all the way to my house. There is not one road, except for the roads at Pactola, until you get to Sunquist. Now, if a fire starts back in there, that whole area is screwed. And on those hikes, I have always been able to use my cell phone. I see no need for this, for the variance. For another thing, the road that they're going to put the variance through, yeah, it's going to benefit 3 of the local residents, still get money for it, okay, fine. But where they're going to bring that through and up and around like this to get to this area that's up here, it's going to destroy the noise, the construction. The animals are just going to go, oh, we're out of here. We're gone.
Thanks, Susan.
Another thing, without a light on that tower, unless it has a blinking light, the birds will hit it at night. If it's a continuous light, they will be drawn to it. But from what I understand, there's going to be no light.
Thanks,
I don't
Susan.
know, I just don't ruin the beauty of this area because we don't need their service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker request form, Rick Lenga. Did I get it right?
You were pretty doggone good.
Oh, 0 for 6.
That was good. Hello, Commissioners, Blair, Emily. Here's the facts on the deal. So we've got 2 relatively new towers up there. One's at Pactola, one's at Big Bend. We've got cell service from Rapid City up to Pactola, all the way to the backside of Pactola, up towards Silver City. There's one dead area. It's down by the Johnson Siding Fire Department. That's the one closest to town, right when you come to the top of the hill. There's a 1/2 mile stretch with no cell service. I guess I'm one of the privileged people that live up on Pine Cliff. We bought our house because of the view. We are on the rim. We look directly south. We have a fantastic view of Rapid Creek, the whole hillside to the south, and we are at exactly the same elevation as where this tower is going to be placed. I surveyed some people around our neighborhood yesterday. The ladies that I talked to all told me they've got 5G. We've got great cell service going back and forth. You can stream, you can do everything off of your cell phone that you can off of your television hooked up to your internet. I don't understand why we need additional service. The new tower, not only as a distraction, but just to repeat, migrating birds, birds that live in the area. We've got eagles, we've got vultures, we've got doves, and in the evening when you sit up at our place and watch the flocks of birds that fly down and around and swoop through that valley, it will be detrimental. We also have mountain lions and deer. All these will be affected. I guess I don't know why the tower has to be built. My suggestion is if you do approve this, make it a pine tree. Make it aesthetically pleasing, not a sore tower to look at. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Now we come to the point where I'll ask, Blaine, do you have any final comments or you want to respond to anything that you've heard?
Blair.
Is it Blair?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Blair. Um, yeah, so I wrote down a couple items. Regards to environmental, we go through a process called NEPA, which some of you might be aware of. It covers a laundry list of environmental items. That's required as part of the FCC license. So the tower does not get built without a very exhaustive look at not only environmental, but tribal artifacts, any effect that that might have. So that's something to consider. There was a question about setbacks and studies related to setbacks and how they might be developed. This specific setback, I do not know the history of, and maybe Megan does. Setbacks in general often are governed by tower height, and they really vary. I work across this Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Dakotas. Setbacks can really be arbitrary. They come down to however the ordinance was developed. There rarely is any rhyme or reason other than an arbitrary tower height setback. In regards to the road, I believe there was talk of, is the road you're referring to what we're using to access the tower?
Yes, that would be correct.
Yes.
Yeah, so there will be improvements made to that so it's readily accessible. At its current condition, you can access it with a pickup truck, but it will be improved where needed. In terms of construction noise and how the noise and use that it'll attract in perpetuity, really once the tower is up, there is maybe a bi-monthly visit from someone in a pickup truck checking on the tower to make sure everything's working. So there's not really continuous access from large equipment. And lastly, I noted the location preference order. So when I go out and look at a site, we see that in many ordinances where they have a preference list. That is one of the first things I look at. So because I know that issue will come up in public hearings. And when I reviewed this search area, the only commercial areas are down where the gas station and gift shop are. And there's not sufficient space for a tower, and also they would be much, much closer to residential areas. And I guess one last thing, the monopine versus the monopole, the aesthetics. Often, it's subjective, of course. But, in my opinion, when I see a 100-foot pine tree in a forest of, 50, 60-foot trees, it really does stick out more than a small monopole like we're proposing. And we've taken certain measures like painting, which, rather than just a galvanized steel, and the flush mounting that Emily referred to really does decrease its visibility. It may seem like a little thing, but having it extend like you would normally, upwards of 6 feet or 6 or 8 feet, decreasing that to 2 or 3 feet really does make a difference.
Thanks, Blair. Emily, do you have any final comments?
I did want to note that this gentleman, I can't remember his name, mentioned that there is a dead zone in the area where no service is available. And while they may have good service at their homes or where they're using, people who are in that area are not getting any service. It's a dead zone. And so that's where these things come up, where we say, oh my gosh, there's a dead zone. We need to build a tower there. We need to improve the area. What if you're in a car accident in that dead zone or you need help and you can't get access to a phone? So from a public safety perspective, it is a huge benefit to the area to reach those dead zones that maybe we're not aware of even, that someone's out hiking and they are in a dead zone. So we're not in the business of just building towers to make people mad or just building towers because we think it's fun. We build them because we see a need and we have customers and we have a duty to them to provide great service. And that's why we've identified this as a site that needs to be built.
Thank you, Emily.
Thanks so much for your time.
Chair.
Cody, no,
No, hold on a sec.
we're going to go to the board now. We've given you,
The zone she's referring to is close to where I was sitting. It's not up by Johnson
Okay.
Siding.
Cody, you look like you had something to say earlier.
So Cody Stack, environmental planner. I was just going to say, reiterate what Megan said. This is just specifically for a setback variance. This has nothing to do with the tower. If you guys were to deny this, they could still put a tower on the property, just not exactly in that exact location, but it could still go on the property. So some of the arguments are probably better suited for when that actual telecommunication permit goes through the planning commission. This is just a setback to a residential zoning district, which I believe there's a question on how those setbacks go. I believe when that ordinance was written, it was people who were adjacent landowners didn't want to be super close to the tower. And the person who the request setback to the property is the person who granted the tower a road easement through their property. So it would appear that they don't feel affected by this specific setback. Tower's
Chair.
different setback.
Okay, Ms. Hadcock.
So you guys understand that they can still put a tower on that property and you're not going to stop them, in a sense, because legally, we won't be able to, it's just in this 500-foot setback today that we can say, okay, nope, you can put it on that property, but you have to be 500 feet from any residence.
Very kindly
Okay.
made me aware of that.
Okay, so we're not stopping the tower today, as Cody just said. We are just making so that setback would require it to be 500 feet.
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Mr., you done?
no. So the other thing is this a competition thing? Meaning, can you put another Verizon on another tower that you already have? Can you put, I don't know, a stronger service, whatever, radar, or whatever you call, on one that you already have existing? Because there's 2 other towers in the area. Can you not add to those towers at this time instead of having to build another tower?
You directing your question to, Emily?
Whoever, Blair or Emily, please.
So radio frequency technology has limitations on how far it can propagate and travel. Yes, we could crank it up more, but is that permitted by the FCC? Probably not. We operate under FCC rules and regulations to follow those rules that are set. So we have limitations too on how much we can crank up the radio frequency signal, but a lot of our sites, there are limitations on technology. It doesn't just go as far as you want it to.
So, and I believe in property rights, but I also believe in other people's property rights, and we have a variance for a reason. This is my point of view for 500 feet. If there was a topographical or something like you said, there might be, but you're not far off where you have to move that tower, and for these people to understand that, you're going to build a tower there, but you're going to follow the rules and regulations of 500 feet. So for me, to move it just and move it, and maybe that's a huge thing for a tower, like you said, topographically or geologically, that's not going to really work for your tower, but you're not far off of 477, and 396 is about 100 feet. So those towers can, I don't know if the tower needed to be higher, and that doesn't make these people happy, I'm pretty sure. But bottom line, we have a setback for a reason. If it didn't affect other people, On the setback, I would say property rights, but at this point, I'm seeing, not some of the concerns are legitimate, and other things, you have answered the questions, I'll be up straight. So, unless somebody has a better argument, I don't think the 500 feet, that's why Cody and Megan have put it at 500 feet at this time, so, because it can put it still on the property and make it work, if I'm correct.
Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Laster.
Yeah, listening to this, there's other towers that have been proposed in the past, and some of them we've made variances, I believe, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought we've made some if, like, the entire property owners were okay with it because they were leasing the land out, and then some was next to other property owners, and we denied that variance because it was too close, and so anytime that it's impacting a landowner that owns property there, there's a reason why we have the ordinance. If it was out in the middle of somewhere, even if it was next to a residential area, but no one had homes out there, maybe we could make an argument and say, well, there's no homes there, so somebody who wanted to buy that piece of land, they would know because they would see the tower. Sometimes we want something placed onto the deed, like near the airports. There was a development that went on near the airport or something. We said, hey, we wanted to make sure that these landowners, if they're buying it, it was on the deed saying that they were in this restricted zone or whatever. So there's different things that we can do, and we've done them in the past. I don't think this meets the muster of, yes, it does. It's a public service. I mean, Verizon, a cell phone public service, but it doesn't sound like there's a lot of people out there that actually can't utilize their cell phone to dial 911, which was presented in the beginning with that chart. It made it look like maybe there was dead zones that they couldn't dial 911. I'm not convinced that you presented evidence that people can't utilize their cell phones for emergency purposes in that particular area. And actually, they have the coverage for that. It sounds like, from what your presentation was, Emily, is that this would just allow other services to be better or to increase services out in the area. So with that stated, I personally don't feel like it's right for us to infringe upon the property rights of those that we set an ordinance for. And so at this point in time, I think I'm going to be against this purely for that reason, because I don't think you made a case for it.
Mr.
Drews.
So anytime that we try to establish communications throughout the Black Hills, whether it's for our own towers, for the 911, whether it's for cell phone towers, it's always a challenge because of the lay of the land for the Black Hills. Forest Service, I don't believe, has been overly cooperative in allowing a lot of towers to be constructed on Forest Service land, and sometimes I think that really jeopardizes individuals as far as their ability to develop better communications. So I guess typically I probably wouldn't favor this. I look at the distance that's talked about for the variance, and I think that, in my opinion, Blair and Emily did put on a compelling case, and I'd be supportive of it, but I know that we need to have 4 positive votes in order to do that, so. That's
Thank
all.
Anybody?
Mr. Chair, the only thing that we really didn't discuss in this presentation was safety. If this tower was, we granted the variance, would that create a safety situation where, for an advanced, would the tower literally be able to sit there and fall on a residence? And my impression that it wouldn't. I mean, we're just going to create a hardship on them, in my opinion, because they'd probably build a tower anyhow, and they're just asking for 100 feet. Nothing's really going to change. I don't know, just where I would be on the fence is if this variance would create a situation where a tower could literally fall onto a residential structure or do other damage to personal property in the area.
And Megan Talmadge, planner, for clarification on that, towers, especially these monopole towers, are designed to fall on themselves rather than to topple over those large distances.
Okay, thank you.
My thoughts on this is, it seemed like 2 or 3 years ago, we've added a few cell towers over by the Keystone Hill City area because we had real big problems with emergency management emergency communications. And so I look at that, and I listen to the residents, and I hear your concerns also, but I know if it comes to the planning commission, personally, I kind of disagree with Emily and Blair. I think something that looks like a tree looks better. I've seen those in other areas, and that's my personal belief, but I think it's not going to fall on anything. My idea is better service for better emergency management is my biggest concern, why I would support this. But right now, it looks, I'll go back to the commission for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
move to deny COVA 24-0006 as there's no special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of Pennington County zoning ordinance.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to deny. Any further discussion? Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Drews,
No.
Adcock,
Aye.
Lassiter,
Aye.
Roskinick,
Nay.
LaCroy.
No. So you need 4 votes, motion, or
Fails, or,
it fails. It's denied.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
Chair, can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
On this issue, I denied it because I think you can still do the tower.
Yeah.
I'm into emergency services, and I think we'll still work on here. A variance is for something that you really can't do on a property. So if you really couldn't get the best service, or you had to move it or do a couple different things to make that so it'd work, we're not denying your property rights or the size of your tower or anything at this point. We're just saying that, we think you can put it, at least I am, we think you can still put it on there and be efficient and effective for emergency services and the plan that you want to use it for.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
I was just going to ask for clarification from legal. We're okay with, it failed because you have to have 4 approvals, and we did 3 to 2, so it failed.
Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office. I was just clarifying with the planning staff that it was a motion to deny, and then, rather than a motion to approve, which the motion to deny passed, which effectively, denied this. I was
Okay.
just clarifying that. It
I
was
just
on the
wanted to have
record
that
perfectly.
clarification,
Yeah,
so
you're
we're
right.
not confused.
You have to have.
wait a minute, wait a minute,
It
wait a
was
minute.
3 to 2 vote, though, for the record.
Yeah.
So, okay, thanks, everyone.
Was denied.
Mr. Laster.
I just was making sure I understood what you're saying on that one now, is even though the motion technically failed, it still failed.
It's still.
Because you have to have the 4 votes. I just want to make sure that was
Yeah,
clear.
didn't have 4.
Was denied.
And I forgot, I was going to make a statement about that too. Again, when we're seeking a variance, or when we're looking at the criteria for a variance, one of the ones that I remember that we had to do is, sometimes you have to have a side yard or a backyard to do something, like to put a garage in or whatever. Some homes don't have that. They literally are built right up to a lake, or their backyard is a wall, a sheer cliff. So they don't have a backyard to be able to put it in, so they ask for a variance to put it on the side of their house, because they can't put it in the backyard because they don't have a backyard. So those are the things that, that are appropriate for variances, not, well, it's, move it because it's not where it's optimum for us. So that's how I see them most of the time.
So for clarification, the motion failed, but they can still build if they move it to where it fits the requirements. So that's the bottom line.
That takes another meeting to discuss.
Which I'm hoping we
Yeah.
will be notified, and maybe perhaps other neighbors too, because so many people.
Megan?
So the notification requirements that we have are all neighbors within 500 feet. There's nothing stopping you from sharing the news with your neighbors. And they need to, I guess for the TC permit, I believe they still need to post a sign, but it's pretty much a conditional use permit. We call it a telecommunication permit. It goes to Planning Commission rather than the Board of Commissioners. Yep.
Thanks, Megan. So with that, we will move on to the next agenda item, which is item B.
Okay, so Cody Sack, environmental planner. Item B is, variance appeal. Mr. Rains, requested a variance to not include water storage, in development. That takes a variance. The planning director denied the application, so the applicant's appealing that decision. I believe he's on Zoom, and I believe, one of the applicants is also in the audience, so I'll let them discuss their appeal.
Okay. Let's hear it from, I thought Darren Rhines was on Zoom. That's somebody else? You're
Yes.
Darren?
So I'll start the talking. If there's questions from
You
my
need to
father.
identify yourself.
I'm Zeb Rains. I represent Reno
okay.
Gulch Self Storage. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Zeb. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And my father did a speaker request form, but he's
Yep.
on there listening. He can answer any questions you guys have as well.
Your father doesn't need, I'll put you down as the speaker request.
Okay.
He's the applicant, okay?
Okay, so I'm Zeb Rains. I represent Reno Gulch Self Storage. We are currently trying to build more storage. Back in September of 2022, we built building 9 and 10, under 10,000 square feet. And we're renting up and everything, so we're going for another 10,000 square feet. On this go around for this next approval, we were told that we would have to provide stormwater or retention for the additional square footage, even if it is unfortunately under the 10,000 square feet. So, we're here today on the variance request. Not quite sure why it's under a variance request, since the ordinances haven't changed. I think they were revised back in July 15th of 2020. We were able to build, I think we got a certificate of occupancy back in December 2022, and we did not have to retain or provide retention for any of that. So, with that being said, we're trying to build, we're trying to add more. We can add 10,000 square feet or less, we can add more. We don't want to, of course, add too much, or, we have to make money on our projects and everything. Basically the pond, we did all the engineering, and the pond is coming out to be about $250,000 out of pocket. That's not including the loss of land that we would have, rentable square footage is lost. And not only that, but with the new buildings that we add, we were told that we would have to retroactively retain for the previous buildings that we have built. So buildings 1 through 10 would have to have retention provided for them as well. And we just wanted to see, what is this consistent with what has previous been approved by, the county and everything. We're just trying to get this project, to move forward, and of course, try to please you guys as well in the process.
Thank you, Zeb. I'll go to your dad. He's on Zoom.
Yes, he should be. Is he showing up on there?
Somebody's on with the name 1234. Don't know if that is him or not. I assume so.
I would assume so. Let's try. All else fails, you use 1, 2, 3, 4, right? For code?
Hey, I'm not really sure. I could text him.
Well,
I don't know if he's muted, maybe.
Mr. Rains, are you muted? We can't hear you.
Hear the staff presentation while we're waiting.
I can text him.
At this time, is there any questions for Zeb while they work on this?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek?
just so that I understand it, all the previous buildings on the property, there's never that request to have to build retention ponds or dams. So now you want to do your next phase, and you don't have a problem with doing the retention for that next phase. Your concern is going back all the way to the beginning and create a retention for the for the buildings that have been previously built, and there was never a request for those dams, and you're saying if you had to do that, it'd just become pretty much cost prohibitive. So you're saying we build something tomorrow, yep, we'll design it and make sure that there's retention for that. Is that kind of sum it up a little bit?
Yeah, well, the ideal thing would be to build under 10,000 square feet and then not provide retention, as we previously have been allowed to. That, there goes that $250,000 in loss of land for us, so that really helps us out. If that's not allowed, and, you know, we would really like to know, you know, what has changed in the ordinance, you know, why aren't we allowed now to do it, you know, under 10,000 square feet and not provide retention. But if that kind of gets kicked back, the next thing, of course, is to provide retention and not have to retroactively provide retention for buildings 1 through 10.
So, can I ask staff a question? Sorry, you done?
I think yeah.
As Zed just said, if he built a 9,000 square foot building, would he still have to do the retention?
So I think Cody Sacker, our own planner, there's some confusion, and I sent an email to Mr. Rains and Mr. Roskinick explaining this. 10,000 square feet is the cutoff for a stormwater permit, not for requiring water detention.
Right.
15% impervious areas where you have to start requiring water detention. They're at 37%, and according to their engineering report that they submitted to our office before this became an issue, they're gonna be at like 83%.
Okay, so that,
So
thanks for,
it has nothing to do with it at 10,000 square feet, it's impervious area.
thanks for Cody. And it sounds like we got him on. Whoa,
Echoing.
Darren, if you can hear me, Darren, can you hear me? You did have some background noise, Darren. You can probably unmute and say hello.
Mr. Chair, while we're kind of working through that, can I ask Cody a question just to kind of clarify on that?
His phone's,
There he is.
Can't hear him.
yeah, we got,
Sounds like an alien.
Zeb, we're having real problems with the microphone.
That's it. Aren't you, Zeb?
Darren,
Phone.
there you go.
Go.
We're probably just gonna have to silence him. You'll have to. Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh,
Probably just gonna have to silence him. Yeah. Probably just gonna have to silence him.
do you have two programs going, Darren?
Possibly so. Let me try.
Hang.
There you go.
Get rid of one here.
Nope, it's starting right back again.
There you go. Nope, it's starting right back again. Let me try to get.
Oh, we got background noise again. I'm gonna have to give you a little bit more time to get this figured out, otherwise we're gonna have to move forward.
Cody, so the 15%, or what's the triggering point for the storage? Because I think there's like, it's carrying through.
Don't shut it off. Thank you. Okay.
All right, so you're saying that these plans or whatever, he's gonna be 80% impervious? How come, and this is just purely a question, maybe something has happened and transpired, but what's causing this trigger now versus, you know, as they were developing along all the impervious stuff to do that? So that, maybe that's what we need clarification on.
So Cody Sacker, our own planner, I can't speak to the previous permits being approved. I wasn't here for some of them, and I don't approve the building permits. But what's triggering it now is they want to add more structures, and per our zoning ordinance, any redevelopment that causes an increase of over 15% requires stormwater treatment. Since they're already at 37%, how they got to 37% without requiring it, I'm not sure, but it was caught, and it's not something that we can allow to just keep going because it was missed before. So if they do nothing more to the property, they don't have to do anything. We'll call it legal nonconforming. But once you add more impervious area to the property, you lose your legal nonconforming status. So that's what they're trying to do.
And you explain that to them?
In an email, yes.
Okay.
It's in this, right here.
Okay. We're gonna try one more attempt with Darren, and after that, we'll have to move forward.
In May already, they did it.
It looks like he's froze up. Seb, did you want,
The mute button's still on there, maybe.
so your choice is we can't get him through there, we can continue this till he can be here in person, or next time, or you?
I know what my father would say on it. We chatted about it quite a bit beforehand. I think it's the interpretation of the code and the history of the interpretation of the code. Just referencing to section I, 5CI, to the ordinance here that was put in place. It says all new development or redevelopment. This is considered new development. It's not talking about the entire lot from what it looks like. It's just talking about a new development. And it's saying greater than 15%, and the next development we have is not over 15%. And I think the email that Mr. Cody Sachs sent, I think it maybe said 27% currently. And I guess the question arises, why hasn't it been addressed, at 15% or before it hit that, versus almost going way past that to 30%, so, yeah.
Mr. Laster?
Can people make mistakes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
people make mistakes all the time. I mean, but I do know that we have a pretty good crew now that looks over them and they analyze them. I'm not going to nitpick on them, but some of them analyze too well at times. And so we have to have conversations so that we understand them. Right now, that's just my first comment based on what you said. People make mistakes, but whenever we find a mistake that has happened, it happens all the time in government, then we try to correct it and move forward with corrections so that we don't have to have this problem again, or let somebody kind of continue on skirting that line. So that's just kind of my take on it initially.
Okay, so if we are required to provide retention for that CI on there, do we retroactively have to provide retention for building 1 through 10 that was previously approved and built?
Yes.
Yes, because you're chair.
Ms. Hadcock?
Because once you change anything, I don't care if it's a building or anything else, then you change the area that's basically not impervious anymore. So you're adding to the layout plan basically from that, if I'm correct. Cody, do you have the 37% engineer report? Because I have the engineer report, and does it say on our report, is it 27 or 37?
So it might be 27. It's either 27 or 37. It's currently over the 15%. That 86% comes from
83%?
one of their drainage reports. It's in the packet.
Okay, you told us 37, and then you told us 84, or 83.
So based on their calculations, if you, in your packet, there's a page that looks like this. It's highlighted on here that it says total area is 7.93 acres, total grass area 1.59 acres.
Yep.
Impervious area 6.34 acres for a total of 80% impervious area.
Okay. Thank you.
And for the retroactively, if you design a detention pond, say, based off these calculations, it looks like they need, we'll say 10,000. We'll just say 10,000 for the sake of this argument. And you say you only have to do half that, where does the other half of that water go? This is still the low point of the property. It's still gonna flow to that pond. Well, that pond's not gonna be able to support that amount of water, so that detention pond's gonna fail. And if it fails, the planning department calls you and tells you, hey, you gotta fix it.
So isn't this storage area by a creek?
It is to the south, so the storage area would be up in this corner, part of Spring Creek watershed is right here.
Okay, and
Where's
would
the
you-
storage?
Where were you gonna put the pond?
The pond goes right in this corner, and that was a question I had too, because this was a PDF provided by the applicant.
Right.
That's different than what the engineered plan shows, but it shows a 10,000 square foot pond in the corner, and if you did that 10,000 square foot pond 2 feet deep, it would meet the requirement for what the water storage was.
Right.
So I don't know when that drawing was done, but it was done differently than what the current engineer report showed. So I don't know if that was done by
That's
the
an old
applicant.
report up there, and there's a new report?
Yeah, that appeared to show a pond was planned. That, I don't want to speculate that, but based off of what's submitted to us, it does show a pond was drawn in there.
So what we're trying to tell you is that they were telling you at the first part, they're grandfathering you in, and now that you're gonna change the use, like any project, once you change that use, you trigger the new ordinance or the new law. And that isn't, I don't even think that's new. I don't know, how old is the 15% impervious? Brittany, when did we start that?
Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. I believe we worked with the city, because I believe you were actually on the city council and on that stormwater committee that did that. So that goes back at least to 2008 that I'm aware of.
16 years. And then when did so we changed it to the 15% then?
It's always been 15%. What we did change is we changed it to 30% for residential, and it remained 15% for commercial and industrial.
So Zeb, when were these first properties built? Do you know?
So it's went through quite a few owners. I think we're like the third, through the self-storage history. Before was Dan Detweiler, Mr. Dan that owned the property that sold it to us. And he was never required to provide retention when he built. And then last time we went for it, we never were required to provide retention.
Did he tell you that, or you know that from when you bought the property and you checked the history on it, that he was told not to do any retention?
Yes, he never was required. He said that he just put the buildings up. I met with him personally on it. The retention pond that is designed on there, I put that together. The engineer did not put that together. I kind of copied what he recommended, and we went through all these different kind of ponds and underground ponds, and it's just so costly. So we were trying to figure out what's the most cost-effective way that wouldn't take away rentable square footage for our property or site. It kind of hurts the investment when you take away from rentable square footage. So, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And I can understand that, but then we'd be doing something different than somebody else. You're also by a creek, so the watershed is a huge issue in that area. So, and yeah, I am a business owner. So, I can't see you getting away with not having some kind of detention pond that's going to work for that kind of, your engineer did this, not us.
Well,
It was 80%.
we wanted him to design the pond where we wouldn't have to go back and add to it and take away from rentable square footage. We kind of looked at the cost after he designed everything. We talked to him, we were like, okay, we're gonna have to design a pond. So we designed a pond, and we looked at all those variables and everything and found out, hey, it's $250,000. So before we start our project or develop, we were like, is there any way we can avoid spending this money that we won't get back? It's gone. My father might be, it sounds like I can hear him.
I know, I'm going to answer, then he can.
Okay.
Based on your report, though, he's doing factual information on your property, and you hired him to do that factual information to tell you, and if he could have done it less, saying, okay, even if it was 65, then he would have put that on there, because he had to have the plan of where he wanted to build and what you wanted to build, just like we did to start. So then why he came up with that is because those calculations are based on grass area, total area, and impervious area. So he's doing it by fact. He's not doing it he's doing it because you told him to. And he based it on cubic feet, acres, water capture, and he's telling you that that's how much water because of that drainage area, that area where you're at, in order for it to be legal on that property, it needs to have that pond, and how big and how deep that pond needs to be to make that area so it's going to retain that kind of water that's going to be coming off that drainage and not affect anybody else's property besides yours. Make sense?
Yeah, and we were trying to keep under the 10,000 square feet so we could avoid that altogether. So, and that's when we started really putting the money into designing with Hermanson Engineering Group, and they started helping us put it together. And we saw the bill, we were like, whoa, that's a lot of money. And the retention pond had to be a lot bigger than we realized because the gravity, the drop in the property, it was like, whoa, it's a lot of property that we lose.
So it sounds like, Darren, are you there? It doesn't sound like it's gonna work, Seb, so I'm gonna have to go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Can I call in? Okay. Is there a line I can call in on that would be better?
Well, right now you're coming through clear.
Okay, do you want me to just go ahead and
Nope, now you're breaking up. You're gonna have to
speak
call.
while I can?
You're gonna have to call in if you want
Can
to
you-
make a comment. I'll give you 5 more.
Do you have a phone number?
You have a phone, he can call, I can text him the phone number. That's okay.
Hold on.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, he can text
Yeah.
it. Okay, Darren, they're gonna text you the phone number to call in so you can make your comment.
Okay.
Love technology. So does Jay, I can tell.
Perfect, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but they recommend you hang up on Zoom.
Hearing him through Zoom, you're not hearing him through. Gotta call that number. Okay.
There he goes.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and?
Darren, hang up your phone.
Gotta hang up the Zoom.
Yeah, he has to hang up Zoom.
Yeah, you gotta hang up Zoom, Darren. We're getting such feedback,
Okay, thank you. Hello? Yes, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
This is working, Zeb. I hate to tell you, we're gonna have to move on. You can continue on so he can be here to make public comment. You can request a continuance. If the board decides to do that, they can continue it on, or we can move forward.
I thought you'd be able to talk, so.
Or he can make a written comment when we come back to. But as the applicant, you have that option to make that request.
I don't know what to do. He's not texting me back either. So y'all are fixing to vote on it, and then it will
Well,
continue?
I'm asking you want to continue to their next meeting, which would be September 3rd. That would give you chance to get a written comment from your dad, or he can be here in person, but the Zoom's not working with our technology.
Okay,
Or we can move forward with it today, because we've heard both sides.
okay, I'm not sure. Can I reach out to him just real fast and ask him? Is that
Yeah.
okay? Okay. My apologies. The internet at his house is not the best, so.
They need that cell
They
tower.
can't hear you, so they're not letting you talk, so you can either
Dang.
choose to
They
continue
gotta
on
move it
September,
closer to his
or
house.
we can just make a decision on it now.
That was funny. It was good.
That
Perfect
was
timing.
funny.
Are you guys ready for a break after
I
this?
know, okay. Okay, so you want to continue it? Is that correct? I need to know. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I can try. Okay. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, I heard something about the change of use or something like that.
Are you continuing, or are you going to move
Yes.
forward? Okay,
Continue if I could keep speaking.
I mean to continue the issue, because then we're going to continue it, and then we'll have you come back and speak on it.
I guess we'll continue it. I'd like to keep talking about it if I could, but
Well,
I'm sorry.
I don't think you
we've
understand.
got a
what
lot
that
of people that like to do that, so, yeah,
Okay.
we could, but no, if you want to continue, then we'll put that on the floor.
Okay, yeah, I guess we'll continue it.
Mr. Chair, that'll be my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and second to continue to the September 3rd commission meeting, Board of Adjustment meeting. Any further, nope, no more discussion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. So, yeah, Zach, sorry about that, but technology's not working for you.
No worries. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Mr. Chair, I'd move to adjourn the Board of Adjustment, reconvene as the Board of Commissioners.
Second.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Laster to adjourn Board of Adjustments and go back into Board of Commissioners. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Cody.
Sorry, I know we're on a new numbering system. Is this 12C?
13A.
13A? Okay, perfect. Okay, so 13A is preliminary plan COPPL 24-009. It's to combine 5 lots to create Lot 1 of Wachs subdivision. The applicant and landowner is Anthony and Melissa Wachs. The surveyor is Advanced Design Engineering. Location of the property is 23208 Prairie Creek Road. It involves 4.29 acres. Current zoning is suburban residential district and agriculture district with an existing land use of residential. Access is off Prairie Creek Road, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. So basically what they are applying to do, they have these 5 lots. They're just looking to combine it all into one. So with that, staff does recommend approval of preliminary plan COPPL 24-0009 with conditions with the planning commission's concurrence.
Move approval with conditions.
Second.
Moved by Adcock, seconded by Laster. Any discussion?
6 conditions.
Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Okay, 13B is rezone RZ 24-0006. It's to rezone from agriculture district and suburban residential district to rural residential districts. Again, the applicant and landowner is Anthony and Melissa Wachs. They're just proposing to create this all under one zoning district as part of the plat, and that's to rural residential. So staff is recommending approval of rezone CORZ 24-0006 with the planning commission's concurrence.
Any questions for Cody?
Nope, so moved.
Moved by Hadcock.
Second.
Second by Roskinek. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item C. Megan.
Megan Talmadge, planner. Agenda item C is a request to waive building permit fees by Pamela Phillips and Wayne Goldsberry. The applicants built 2 structures on their property without building permits. One was back in 2017 and the other in 2022. The one in 17 was built on a property line. They're currently going through the process of combining these lots so that there is no longer a property line that will stop them from getting a building permit on that structure. They've also gone through multiple permitting processes with us in order to bring their property into compliance. They worked with us willingly. They were not able to attend today due to time constraints. But the fees that would be waived are just the penalty fees that are listed on the list of fees I have on the memo.
Sure.
Staff still recommends now as the structures were put there without building permits.
Okay, Mr. Drews.
Megan, were these the current owners, were the owners also in 17?
Yes, they are.
Is there any further questions of Megan?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
maybe I remember this from planning, or has this come to us because they were trying to consolidate lots or something, right? Is that mobile home?
So it was a mobile home on the property. They built a garage for their elderly mother-in-law. And
And a carport or something?
yes, well, it's enclosed and it has a garage door. We classify it as a garage. And their conditional use permit had a condition in it that allowed it to stay there. It should have still had a building permit, but we can't issue a building permit on a building that's across a property line. The conditional use permit was recently ended because it was no longer needed for a single-wide mobile home. So they got another conditional use permit for a caregiver's residence to consolidate their lots so that they can have 2 residences on those lots. They have been through the process. They've done the work, and they're working with the city to combine those lots. And this is the next step in our process, is that we need building permits. So I gave them the option to request to waive their building permit fees for these 2 structures that were put down without permits.
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock.
it sounds like they've done a lot of work and they're willing to do the work, and if they didn't, it'd be different for
Yes.
me to waive the fees, but I'm willing to waive the fees, and I'm listening to your voice while you're saying it, that they did a lot of work, and you have to do your job, which I appreciate. But I think I'm also listening to you that, they did what they were supposed to do, but you have to do what you're required as well, so I'm willing to waive the fees just by listening to the facts on this.
Mr. Chair, and I think so too. This vaguely still sounds familiar, and I know they were working through a lot of stuff whenever I heard it. I just can't remember if I heard it in planning or if I heard it here. Has it been here?
It was in planning.
It was in planning, okay.
It doesn't need to go through the Board of Commissioners, as the plating is through the city of Rapid City.
Yeah, so this is one that I knew that they were working on a lot. They were just asking, hey, what's our direction? How do we get this done to do what we need to do? And we will do it. So I think they've done what they're trying to do what they need to do. And it sounds like from the staff that they've been very accommodating. So I concur.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
move to approve the applicant's request to waive penalty fees for the building permit as they had efforts and they made significant efforts through the process.
Second.
Moved by Roskinek, second by Hadcock. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Megan. Next, that brings us up to items from Commission Manager. I'll recognize Commission Coordinator Joan Martin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. At this time, we'd like to request that this item be continued indefinitely. It was first heard July 16th regarding a request for a consolidated Board of Equalization from the City of Rapid City. That group has not, the city and county staff have not been able to get together to have that conversation. So we'd like to continue it indefinitely, giving those groups an opportunity to have that conversation and then come back to us.
Make that motion.
Second.
Moved by Drew, second by Hadcock. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 15, items from chair and commission members. Is there any items from commission members? Seeing none, we go straight to meeting and committee reports. Travis Lassiter.
All right, as everyone knows, Essential States Fair is ongoing right now. Nothing to report as far as anything major, except that they're seeing good turnouts. We had our mini board meeting yesterday at 3 o'clock. Everything's looking good. The numbers are looking good. And so nothing major to point out on that just yet. Tonight, we're doing the recognition for Jerry Cope, so that's the reason why I'm in the black shirt today, and it'll be happening this evening. So if you're able to be there, then it'll be there to show support to Jerry. Building committee, we had our meeting. I presented to the building committee a document I got from the Central States Fair Board about the City of Rapid City Fire Department findings on the property and some of the things that will need to be done to bring some of those buildings up to code. Ultimately, we're working on a meeting with the city and the fire department. Correct me, Ron, if that's correct, so we can kind of walk through some of those violations, what they found as violations, and figure out how we can navigate through them. Some of them are pretty costly for the to bring it up to code. So I think that's going to be a face-to-face conversation with them. Outside of that, there was just some updates with the on the buildings and the construction and things of that nature. Unless my counterpart has something to note on whenever it's his turn, I don't remember anything else being super crazy. And then the weed and pest, we had our board meeting. It was quick and easy, and then it was a field trip around town to look at different treatment areas and how well those treatments are going from the weed and pest board. So that's about it. That's all I got.
Thanks, Travis. Mr. Drews.
I missed the library board meeting, so I don't have that. But I was in attendance at the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners board meeting 2 days last week, 14th and 15th. Number one, the legislature, as we know, approved the establishment of an indigent defense office. That will assist counties in the appeal process of cases. The group working on getting this office set up reports they plan to conduct interviews in September for the head of that office. Item two, the association joined numerous other groups in their opposition of IM 28. IM 28, to be on the November ballot, was touted as removing the tax on groceries. However, instead of saying groceries, it says all products for human consumption. Instead of removing taxes amounting to a little over $100 million, this language could provide a loss to state government of $600 to $700 million. The opinion is that passage IM 28 would also impact cities, since cities can only tax items that the state applies that the state applies the sales tax to. Item number three, the cybersecurity process for cities and counties continue to move forward in its infancy. Still many aspects of assisting these entities in cybersecurity being developed. $7 million appropriated for this project will hopefully establish the basics so entities can protect themselves against ransomware and other security threats that are occurring frequently throughout the nation, including South Dakota. Item four, auditors in the state have established a working group looking at proposals to ensure continued security in our elections process. I think they said they were looking at about 30 different ideas or proposals at this point. And number five, the association annual convention will be held in Rapid City next month. So this is just a reminder that we'll be hosting counties from throughout South Dakota at that meeting.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Drews. Mr. Roskinek?
Well, Gary covered the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners. Back to the building committee. We got a quote from AVI for the visual audio for the 900 concourse for the commission chambers and for the training room. For the commission chambers, it was $375,000, and for the training room, $38,100. We all agreed that those numbers were pretty unrealistic. So the committee suggested that we at least try to go out to one or two other vendors to see if we couldn't find the similar services and materials for do better than the numbers that I just gave you. Relative to the city, landscaping points for 900 concourse, we need a certain amount of points for the landscaping. One of the items would be the trees, and they're saying that we need 35 trees. What we're trying to do is maybe downscale that because it's in an industrial park, so we're going to go to the city, see if we couldn't find some kind of a compromise for that. They also submitted a variance from the city, requested that that entire 10-acre lot have I think it's a 5-foot sidewalk, which sidewalk that goes nowhere.
Nowhere.
To the north or south. So there's a request to put a variance in to waive the requirements for that sidewalk. And then there was talk about the courthouse security update. They're requesting security doors. There's a 75% of that cost would be covered by the statewide security grant money that's available. But them doors, they're saying one door would cost between $150,000 and $200,000, and then another $50,000 to $75,000 to wire it. So there's a substantial cost if that's the route they decide to go. That's all I got.
Thanks, Ron. Ms. Hadcock?
I'm sleeping. So LEPC, that was basically about the Ellsworth Air Force Base and their emergency management program, and they were telling us basically what they do out there and if there's emergencies. So that was our presentation that day. We talked about some budgeting and different areas, but the main presentation that day was Ellsworth. It was very interesting. I did go to the Central States Fair kickoff, but I couldn't go up the stairs up where everybody was representing. I got a pinched nerve on my leg. So then my legs started hurting, so then I ended up walking away. And John took me on the cart. Bottom line, I was there, so everybody knew I was there. I just wasn't feeling that great. There's something wrong with my leg. Anyway, and then I won't be here for the 18th, 19th. I'll be out of town for my birthday. That when we have SDACC. So.
Thanks, Deb. My report would be WIR Land Steering Committee. I ended up missing because I was at the at South Dakota Area County Commission Board meeting. But we do have the WIR reps in town today touring Rapid City and the sites for the conference. And Brady from Visit Rapid City and Chris Jacobson is taking them around to show them the facilities and so forth. So that's happening. Planning Commission, we just went through what was on the Planning Commission. It was a quick meeting. So there's really nothing to report there. And as Deb said, the Central States Fair Board, we pretty much went over how they're going to get a hold of people when they need help, and they were getting geared up for the fair and so forth. So that's all I have to report on that.
Chair, I have one more thing. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make tonight. I have to call. I call bingo at the Veterans Club, so I won't be able to go to the appreciation of Jerry Cope, but I'd like to just say, a very good chairman of the Fair Board, wife, and Jerry and his wife were very good and did very positive things, not even for Rapid City and Pennington County, but that Fair Board changed with his, I should say, his positive attitude and what he's done for that. So condolences to the family again, and the appreciation for Jerry Cope, I think, is very positive for Pennington County and the fairgrounds. So thank you, Jerry and his family, if you ever listen to this, because he's an exceptional man and has been for our community and everything he did, so.
Thank you, Deb. And we expressed that on behalf of the board at the ribbon cutting to Jerry Cope. Just as you said, he was a very personal guy. He worked hard for the board, and we appreciate, and our thoughts and prayers are with the family. And so with that, we'll move on. Next, I'd look for a motion to go into executive session for personnel matters per 125-2-1 and per contractual pending litigation per 125-2-3, one for department head annual evaluation exception, and for an exception request for Pennington County Policy 4.3B.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Look for a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Moved by Lassiter, seconded by Hadcock. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lassiter.
move to approve an exception for Holly Hennies and grant her eligibility to participate in the Pennington County Emergency Personnel Leave Policy 4.3B.
Second.
Moved by Lassiter, seconded by Roskinek. Any further discussion?
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
I'll be voting no, only because at this point, I don't know if it's consistent with any other department head at this point that they have granted this exception. Not that I'm against it, but I want to make sure policy is followed throughout and that it's consistent for every department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
One no.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lassiter?
move to adjourn.
Moved to adjourn by Lassiter, seconded by Drews. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.